Heat ripples in the air as it flows out of the jagged hole in a black volcanic rock. A dark figure in hooded leathers steps down into the cave, black cloak billowing behind. Instead of face visible beneath the hood, the last lights of the day catches the toothy maw of a demon-shaped mask. The smooth, even steps carved into the cave floor stand in sharp contrast to the rough facets of the obsidian walls, which taper and meet at a sharp angle. Red forge light illuminates the winding cave from below, and the man walking down the steps forms the barrier between the dim light ahead and black shadows behind, which seem to stick to the man like nettle. Metal rings against metal from the widening gap at the end of the jagged cave into the sharp volcanic rock. An unfinished blade is pulled white hot from the forge, and a bronze hammer strikes it, showering the anvil in molten flakes. The hand holding the hammer is covered in similar bronze, shining warmly in the firelight. As the dark newcomer enters, the hammering ceases, and the hooded smith turns, revealing a left hand of clockwork brass and steel, its joints whirring and clicking with each small motion. Have you come to take my new hand as well? Not your hand, but your blade. This blade won't help you on your quest. You'll find some things are harder to kill than gods. Then forge something new, something more powerful. You don't need a new weapon. You need an old one that has already defeated the ones you hope to destroy. Where can I find such a weapon? Go back across the sea, then keep going. How far? A hearty laugh echoes from beneath the smith's hood. All the way. An elderly man in clean white vestments walks down a stone hallway, seeming to disappear and reappear as they pass through the light of each flickering candle along the wall. They stop in front of a worn but solid door, removing a key from their sleeve and unlocking the heavy bolt. Within the small room was a void of utter blackness, a testament to the austerity with which even supplies as mundane as candles and lamps were treated at this remote monastery. The priest was unfazed by the darkness. The room was sparsely furnished, and he had long ago memorized by feel the size and shape of the meager bed, table, and chair, which were the room's only adornments. The elderly man reached out, picking up a half-used candle and a small box of matches. The light from the match bloomed, revealing a demon's face mere inches away from his own. With a start, he jumped back, dropping the match. By the gods, man, you startled me. The man behind the demon mask bent down, picking up the extinguished match and held it up. Blowing on it, it reignited immediately, as though of its own free will. The priest lit the candle with it before it burned itself out again. Surely you, of all people, don't fear this. The mask tilted slightly, as if the man who wore it would laugh, if he were capable of such a thing. I told you never to meet me here. Someone might see you. See? Me? The face, illuminated by the soft candlelight, suddenly disappeared, as though through a black curtain. I think not, the dark man whispered, as his demon mask reappeared over the priest's shoulder. Well, never mind that. The priest spun around as quickly as his body would allow. What do you want? I need a dead man. Surely there are graves. A specific dead man, and I don't know where he is. How dead is this man? Less than usual. Stars ripple in the gentle waves off the gray sand. Mists pour off the grassy hills into the black depths of the cold, dead water. Sputtering and flickering, a small fire struggles for survival among a pile of salty driftwood. Blackened wisps of what remains of an incinerated scroll float towards the stars above a man the firelight fails to completely illuminate. The firelight glints off of the desiccated mast and rotting crossbeam, the tattered remains of sails still hanging off of them, flapping slowly in the breeze, as though the ship was sailing into port from some voyage deep under the waves. The man in darkness stands, approaching the ancient ruined vessel, walking slowly, but seeming to move from one shadow to the next while skipping the spaces in between. From behind the splintered prow of the wreck, another figure steps forward. The silhouette is obscured by a tattered, billowing long coat, but between the tatters, the man stands tall and proud, appearing thin and withered in body. Thanks for coming. Ye have called and I have answered. How do you feel about taking on passengers? We're not for hire. What about favors for old friends? Aye. I'll need to find the others. The thin figure in the large hat and coat turns away as the dark one steps lightly aboard the ruined ship. Take a deep breath. It may be your last. The dark figure grips the bulwark tightly as the ship slips into the water. The glint of bleached bone can be seen through the holes of the rotting deck before cold, salty water fills the lower decks, then pours over the main deck. The tattered remains of sails and desiccated mast are the last to slip under the water. The sailcloth, like ribbons, trails behind before finally being pulled into the dark, still waters. The small fire on the shore pops and sizzles weakly before it, too, sputters and dies. Okay, so you guys are at the giant's tree. Let's get some green light. It's early morning. You guys have just had a long rest. You're at the giant's tree. The kids are playing around Kenzo. Kenzo's there. And you guys have just stepped into the clearing. What do you want to do?
Who wants to bring it to him?
That you didn't bring salt?
That we didn't bring salt, but also that we kind of need to move them.
The Faith would probably do it.
You guys are all just looking at each other.
He's gonna be so mad.
I think Trevor's used to breaking bad news to people.
So, we kind of told him where you were, but not really. Is that what we're gonna go with? Or?
Well, so, if I recall, we did tell them that they were in a different spot than they actually are.
You did give them an incorrect location for the thing.
But also, it would not be difficult for them to find the same farm that we did and then extrapolate.
You're maybe You're maybe 5-6 miles from town. You're not.
And we know that they are attempting to follow us. Somebody is attempting to follow us.
Somebody did attempt to follow you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So if it was only that one person and they died, then maybe you're okay for now.
Yeah.
Maybe you've been followed before. Maybe there's another person that followed you.
If she comes back, it's worth it. Oh, got it.
So.
Yeah, I'll go to Kenzo.
Mm.
And I'll say, well, first off, we forgot to get salt. Sorry. We'll go back to town and get it and bring it back to you. But more important than that, this is like a big deal, these children that are missing, and they seem to want to really find them. And so we think it would be best if we relocate them and you.
Do you know, hard to find a place for me? I mean, the kids can go anywhere, but I'm kind of I stick out.
Maybe there's like a big cave that you could hide in. The children could cover you with
Leaves.
branches and leaves. Or we could dig a big hole and cover it up with something so that you don't die, but that you're also hidden. There's lots of options.
That sounded hopeful, and then it got less hopeful.
I think the heart of it is that we have some options to try. We'll try to make things comfortable for you, but I'm not entirely sure that as close as you are to town, that this is a safe place to stay for now.
Okay. I'll let you roll me a persuasion check. Do you have persuasion?
No, I'm not trained.
18.
Very good. Okay. So you kind of like... You kind of explain to Kenzo the dangers. He's close to town. They kind of know the direction. He seems to agree with that, right? He's like, he gets it.
I think I would also explain that like we're hoping that this would really only be temporary because we also want to attempt to deal with the sort of root cause of this problem, which is, corrupt government officials. Yeah, that too. That's more of a longer term goal. And the shorter term goal is to, reform the government.
Well, that's your short term.
Yeah, because we think that'll be a lot more successful than the human giant religion.
Yeah. Systemic oppression of an entire people.
Yeah.
Okay. That's probably true.
Yeah, so like our priorities are like reform the entire governmental system of this region, world peace, and then improve human giant religion.
If we have time.
Yeah, if we got time, which we'll probably be tired.
And then after that, get salt.
I am low on salt, so. Yeah, okay, so he's not excited, and you can tell, like if you guys just walked away right now, he'd probably just stay there. But it's kind of one of those things where it's like, all right, like if you're going, he'll get in the car and go with you.
Yeah.
So, okay. And also, you can tell there's not a lot to pack here. Like, he doesn't have a lot of things.
Well, I guess he's just a minimalist then.
Should we go and kind of scout out separate areas first while he stays here with the kids? So that way they're not in any danger that we run into. Try to find something relatively safe.
Yeah, so he's left the kids alone here before,
Sure.
and gone off to do hunting or whatever. As far as he can clearly like move through the forest without too much trouble. He seems like he's pretty good at like not being detected himself. It's a bit like Bigfoot, right? Like the forest is big and there's a lot of cover and you're like, yeah, probably people won't really see him. Also, like, I mean, so just to set the scene of the forest that you guys would understand is it's a lot of wilderness, and it's not uncommon to happen upon like a home or a small farm somewhere, but also you can walk for a while and there's just nothing, and there's monsters, there's valleys where locals might be like, oh, don't go in that valley, there's like, man-eating plants or whatever, right? But So the danger, you probably wouldn't run into people, or you could probably avoid people, and you may be able to avoid natural hazards, but it is understandable to be like, traveling with children, maybe want to scout out.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, it's kind of a 50-50 shot, like, maybe it wouldn't be a problem, like, you might be okay. Also, like, if they're, like, in the back of the line or whatever.
We're
So.
definitely gonna move with them when they move, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
We'll escort them.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was thinking that if we go and find a nice cave and there happens to be something in there that could be dangerous. We don't want to endanger the kids.
Mhm.
So that would make that simpler.
Mhm.
Are there any, like, cliffs or rock formations within, like...
Yeah, so towards the north, if you remember the map, the north is like towards the ocean.
Yeah.
And the land gets progressively more like rocky and uneven as you go south. So Brevon is like some parts of Germany in the Black Forest where there's like big rock formations, and so if you like towards the north, the forest is more like a flat, like sometimes rolling hills, and that's a
Yeah.
little bit of like where you are. It's a bit rolling hills,
Yeah.
but as you go south, it definitely gets a lot more where there's like steep valleys that are like isolated and rocks. Most of them aren't jagged or tall enough to not have trees on top of them, but there are definitely like parts where you can see bare rock that they're jagged enough that you have that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it gets progressively more rocky. So there somewhere south might have more caves and things like that.
Didn't we tell them that they were further south, though?
I thought we picked the opposite direction. So we came west of
And
Brevon.
and we told him it
I
was
think we
east.
told him east.
You accidentally drew a map that said it was east at first, but then you're like, well, that's not convincing because that was your nat
Oh,
3,
okay.
and then you re-rolled that to like a 14 or something, which was good enough. Who wants to make a luck check? No, the thing is, if you, yeah,
He's a little curse luck
if
check.
you didn't mark it that far off. Okay, so you're like 5 miles. Let me make sure I'm doing this right.
So we're 5 miles
Due west.
west.
Sure. This whole thing is always turned around in my mind, so I gotta turn around and do this. Okay, so you're 5 miles west. So you might have put the marker like a mile or two north or south. That's probably not gonna cut it anyway,
Yeah.
right? So you didn't give them an exact location, but they knew too much for you to give them a location that was way off, right?
Right.
So you're like, we might have bought ourselves
A
a
day.
few hours
Yeah,
or
Or
whatever.
half a day or something.
Half a day or something of them kind of rummaging around before
Right.
they figure out it's not where you said it
So if we go like half a day south,
was. Mm-hmm.
that would be far enough that we might be more likely to find like a cave system.
Yeah,
or something.
that's like 15 miles. You're way off of where like that his kind of trail was
Yeah.
before. Yeah, so like something like 15 miles, half a day or something, 10, 15 miles would be enough that's way out of where he was. I mean, you're almost in a different county at that point.
Yeah.
So and actually the border to the south is not super far to Brevon. You guys are not that far.
So that would be like outside of.
So you might even be in a different country.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, how about we just pack everybody up and we'll escort them and we'll find a place along the way and we'll be the ones to scope it out first. We can like let them stay a little bit further back, but we don't have to bring them into the cave the first run with us. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. I will inform Kenzo of the plan
Okay.
that we are getting out.
You're packing up.
Yeah.
And then I just loudly shout, "Kids, everyone climb on Kenzo!"
Kenzo is really it's quite a few kids. It's kind of struggling a little bit. They're slipping off. So
He's encumbered. Sorry,
Mm.
guys.
All right, bigger kids are gonna have to.
bigger kids
The
gonna
bigger
that's
kids
what
can
it
ride
is.
on the bear.
I'm not wasting a lot. You have to go on. To do
It's
it.
not a waste if you're doing a nice thing for the children.
That's true. Think about this is a core memory.
That's right.
Well,
I mean, the other thing is, are you likely to wild shape if we get into combat?
Yes.
So do it now. Just doesn't make a
Alright.
difference.
It'll last an hour though.
That's what the issue is. If
you
it lasts,
have
Oh, really?
two of them.
yeah, they only last an hour.
It's fine.
Oh.
We'll fight with
Yeah,
them
you can
now.
say you'll be shaped for 1 hour. We're running back to you.
No, because like we'll be
Okay.
dead in an hour, I'm sure. So
I'll piggyback one of the smaller kids.
okay.
Luna's not like terribly strong, but
Mhm.
Did we rest since last night?
Yeah, we got a long rest.
You got a long rest last night.
I will
Yeah.
wild shape into a panda bear. So I'll be a panda bear that has basket on my back with a red panda in it. And then a couple kids can ride on me.
So now I'm just imagining all of the derpy panda videos that I see on TikTok. It's like
Yeah.
Nova's like rolling off things.
Yeah, they cannot. They keep sliding off the side. Yeah, so who's leading the way?
Probably either me or Levi.
Yeah, I'd probably Levi's leading the way here. Doing
Got a map.
Yeah, I got a map, and I also have a +7 to survival, so.
So our goal is to aim for Brabon.
Yeah.
And we'll try and kind of like scope out a possible cliffside or something.
Okay. Sounds good.
Can I assist?
Yes, you have survival?
Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll with advantage.
That is a 16 on the die, so a 23 total.
23, awesome. So you guys are trekking along. All right. Someone roll me. I'll just have you roll me a d6.
D6, got it. Oh, that is a 5.
Okay. So, as you're going, maybe like an hour between the after the first hour before the end of the second hour, so sometime in the second hour of walking, you guys are going and you come upon like a small clearing that has a pile of rubble in it, which looks like the rubble of a building.
Yeah.
But it's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Have
I
we been
just
here before?
no,
Okay.
you definitely haven't been here before. But it does look a little familiar. But there's nothing really that you guys don't. Do you want to check it out, spend some time here, or do you want to just move on?
Probably check it out, you know.
I could do a quick investigation of it.
Okay. Yeah, you want to roll an investigation check?
You know, just a random building.
Only a 6, so
Okay. Yeah,
pile of
it's-
rubble.
yeah, I think there's something very very familiar about it, but there's nothing. There doesn't seem to be. There's nothing you find that is like, oh, this is like a discovery, right? You're like,
Yeah.
okay, it was some kind of a tower or something that.
Can I sniff it? I'm a bear.
Yeah.
Does it smell like the snake tower that we were in?
Roll a perception check. If you have sense keen smell, you can roll with advantage.
Bears have.
Yeah, I think all bears have it.
Keen senses.
Yeah, we do have advantage on perception checks.
Oh, you're a panda, so disadvantage actually.
Yeah.
It, 15.
15? Yeah, there's something that smells like your bear senses identify it as poison, but you kind of like you remember a lot of this kind of a smell in that tower. It was
Can I kind of motion to, I'm motioning, you guys can figure out.
I think she wants us to go over there.
What are you motioning toward?
Towards the rubble, like they should check it better because, you know, obviously something important happened in it.
Yeah.
Familiarity.
I'll get in there. I'll dig around a little bit.
Are you gonna spend a little bit of extra time?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys want to spend
I'll help by
a few hours here, then you can kind of pull some rubble out and try to until you find something more.
I don't know that we want to spend a few hours.
Well, once
Yeah.
we hit 1 hour total, you let me know because I won't be a bear.
We started pretty early in the day, right? Like we stayed the
You
night.
did. You
with
probably
Kenzo.
left at like 8.
Yeah. So I mean, we do have some daylight. If we feel like this is important, we could spend some time here, and I don't think it would have any detrimental effect.
I mean, if you're only walking half a day,
Yeah.
you still get half a day of travel in before nightfall.
While she's searching, I'll make the kids lunch/snack. you know.
As the
Okay.
panda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, an hour is all I have,
Yeah.
so I'll pop out.
Yeah.
So if she, I would assume that Nova would probably tell the group that she smelled poison or something.
Yeah, after she transforms, she'd say
like
she
you.
smelled poison.
Yeah. So I'm gonna join in on that search,
Okay.
and especially because anything that it could have been any herbs or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that maybe it's some medicine that Levi could cook up.
Yeah, another natural. Yeah, so you're cooking. The three of you are kind of like digging through the rubble, and you're kind of leading this search. So roll me another investigation check you do with advantage now.
11.
Incredible. I think on an 11, you find, as you're digging through the rubble, after a few hours, one thing you find, it looks like it was like the cap of some kind of railing or something like that, like the end of some kind of a railing, maybe in the front of the building, but it's in the shape of a snake head.
Okay, so based on that, does this pile of rubble look similar to how the other tower that we were in collapsed?
Yeah,
Okay.
Like a
it's
mirror
very
image
reminiscent
similar?
of that. What?
Like a mirror image similar?
I mean, not like identical, but like
Like the same
really
process
close.
happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And actually, roll me a.
Arcana?
Insight?
I was gonna say insight. is
Can I insight
appropriate.
this?
Yeah, I'll let you insight because you guys are really doing this as a group. You're kind of all
Yeah,
in
we definitely do that.
Yeah,
for
well,
someone else.
I would definitely help with that.
18.
18. Okay,
Oh,
So-
guidance.
sure. Well, and
19.
okay,
One of us would have cast guidance.
yeah. So that's fine. And he's also you got insight, and your
Yeah.
insight's very high. So take all that into consideration. What I would say is this: the what you're kind of gathering from all of this is it gives the feel of like because you're a druid technically, but you're very like nature based, is snakes shedding their skin. So there's something like you're like, oh, this is like, and especially when you think about like the person last night and the way they disintegrated, right? You're like, they're treating this like something disposable, like a disposable skin that it's like it's useful and then it's not. Which snakes don't shed their skin because they're dying, they shed their skin because they're growing.
Less troublesome.
Yeah.
I told you guys about these guys. They're bad news.
Well, we'll deal with that when the time comes. But I think it's time for us to.
That's a problem for future Luna.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. Okay, so you guys keep going. Let me get another survival check from somebody that's got survival with
Well, that
advantage.
counted as a service, so I was making and serving food.
Oh.
I have to.
No, I don't.
You want to cast guidance too?
You're doing stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
That is going to be 21.
21 survival. Incredible. Roll me another d6.
1.
Okay. So you're going south. You end up kind of going between two kind of rocky outcroppings. You were kind of hoping that you're like, oh, maybe this would be a nice little sheltered area. It's a bit swampy down here. And so you're like, okay, well, this isn't ideal. But it's also like, it's not closed at the other end. It's not like a box canyon. It's like, we'll just keep going south. Right. It's a bit swampy. And you get to a spot. And you hear it kind of sounds like singing. It sounds like singing. And there's also like, it sounds like there are animals that are like singing along. Like it sounds like someone's singing with like frogs. Like they're singing to like frog and bird songs and things like that in this swampy area. Like there's natural, it's kind of like nature sounds, but like the swampy area, you hear like croaks and calls and stuff. And then there's someone that's like singing to it. And Kenzo starts to get nervous as you're walking. Like you can tell he's not good at like, it's like a dog. Like you know what he's thinking by looking at him. You can tell he's starting to get anxious. Not anything specific necessarily, but something about this place he doesn't like it.
As we're walking along, Levi's gonna ritually cast Speak with Animals, since he's hearing so many animal noises.
Okay.
Spend 10 minutes doing that.
Okay. So sounds good. So you guys keep going. After a little while, so you hear the singing and this music, and you kind of keep going, and you come upon it's a tree. It doesn't have any like leaves on it. It's got like a really fat bottom, and
Nice.
yeah, this
Did
tree
make
is
the wall go around?
thick.
Aw.
And I'm trying to find the description of this. I didn't. This is all in one big paragraph, like an idiot. I should have like put keywords in here. Yeah. So it's like fat, and you see a hole in it, and you realize, like, as you're kind of walking past it, you're pretty close to it before you're like, oh, that's a freaking window, and there's like candlelight inside. So it looks like this tree is like a dwelling. You guys like the tree isn't doing anything. You guys are.
How big is the tree compared to Kenzo's tree?
It's probably of a similar size, like maybe a little bit smaller. It's definitely shorter. Like his tree was like a living huge tree. This tree is like short and fat, and like it kind of tapers up to like really quickly turns into like little branches that are all dead.
Is there like an obvious door?
Yeah, if you kind of walk around, there is like it's almost like a wicker door or something. Like it's like woven. It looks a bit like the bark of the tree, but you can tell that it's like woven from something, like a basket.
I'll just go right up to the door and knock on the tree next to it.
So before
and say, hello.
Credits.
I was gonna say before that, Levi's gonna go, oh yeah, you might want to be careful with that. We got some witches that live around here, so just be careful with that. You know, most of the time they're not super hostile, but you know, you always want to be careful.
Credits.
They might be willing to make a deal.
Well, you never know. I've had some of them that, let's just say, they were less than pleasant to deal with.
I knock on the door.
Okay, so you knock on the door. There's no answer. You can kind of see through like cracks and things, and there's that window on the side. The window's like, it's like very, very small, so you can like really fit through. And it's got some like twigs that are like a little like cross beams in it or whatever. But from what you can,
it's mouse.
Going straight to home invasion.
yeah, you'd think like a mouse might be able to get in. But it looks like there's nobody home. There's no answer, and there's not like movement. There's not a lot of light. It's like a candle or something was left.
Okay.
But it does look like somebody's been here.
Yeah, it's not like abandoned. Yeah, it's just nobody's home right now.
I guess we can move on and try to find some place a little drier.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's probably for the best. So.
Plus, anyone following us will have to come this way, so.
Oh, okay. So once, well, here's the thing. Kenzo wasn't really paying attention to what you guys were doing.
At this point, I'd like to clarify it was Luna that did that.
Luna that did what?
Knocked on the.
Knocked on the
Oh,
tree.
yeah.
Levi even tried to stop her from knocking
Yeah.
on the tree too. But...
Okay. Kenzo's not paying attention anyway, so you're fine.
Okay.
So you guys keep going?
Yeah.
Roll me a d6.
Six.
A d6 again, because your last...
6.
Okay.
I'm just getting different numbers.
So, you guys come across a, the lion dogs? Chinese lion dog?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys come across like a lion dog sculpture, very, very nice, which is weird because you're like in the middle. It looks like it hasn't been worn down like stone does with age. So you're like, this is either new or something. So it's like a lion dog with like roaring, with his paws up, it's like a kind of aggressive statue. Yeah, and when you see that, like it's very like realistic, and so when it looks like when Kenzo first sees it, like it scares them, and you see he reaches into a pouch at his side. He actually grabs a whole pouch, and he kind of does this spin thing and shakes, and the pouch is salt, and he spins the salt all around him in a big circle. Mm-hmm.
That seems very wasteful.
It like, yeah, whatever this thing is, it scared the hell out of him.
You're okay, buddy. I don't think it's real.
He's like, oh, I don't like this place. Can we get out of here?
Yeah. What's going on? What's making you so nervous?
He says, it looks like a curse. Like, you think it looks like something like a curse.
Mm.
Yeah, so he's like talking about a curse.
Okay.
Um,
Well, we'll just give it a wide berth as we go around it, I guess, unless you guys
Can
want to
I
inspect
make
it.
a perception check to see if there's anything else around it?
yeah, go for it.
Specifically look for somebody watching us from a distance.
That is a 15.
15. That's a perception check. You're
Yeah.
checking if there's anything weird about it. Yeah, so you're looking at it, and on a 15, you're like, something does seem off, and you're trying to figure out what it is. And you realize that this sculpture doesn't have a base. Like, it wasn't carved on a block or like from a block on which they left the bottom. Like, it's just a stone statue on dirt.
This thing.
Have I ever seen or heard about like an actual monster that fits this description?
Roll me. Nature, sure.
I rolled a 24 to look for anybody watching us.
Okay.
I got a 13.
A 13? Yeah, there's a good chance that there's like an actual monster like this. It's not, like in your mind, you're like, I know, it almost seems similar to like a manticore. You're like, this is like basically a dog with a lion's head,
Yeah.
right? Is essentially what this is. And you're like, I mean, manticores exist, which are like way freaking crazier. So you're like, yeah, if I saw this out in the wild, it's like, is that even a magical beast, or is that just like a mundane beast that I haven't heard of before? It's like, this thing isn't crazy enough for you to disbelieve that it's real.
Yeah. I think we should probably go.
Okay. And on yours, the only thing you see is like, you're still in like near the swampy area, and so like carrion fowl are not uncommon, and you see a raven who's like, I mean, ravens do weird stuff, but you're like, okay, that dude is just chilling. And like, he's not this thing you, right? But it's like the bird thing, right? It's like facing this way, but you're like, yeah, but your eye is looking
on the
at
side of your
our
head.
way,
Yeah.
right? And like not like I'm a bird, right? So that's a little suspicious.
Mhm.
Okay, I would like to grab some of. I almost.
You're like guiding bolt.
some of Lexi's food, and is there like an animal handling I can do to try to like request the raven come down and just throw it some food like I do on my walk?
So just I still have toxic animals up.
Okay, I'll try to encourage it to come down and snack on some food.
Okay, roll me an animal handler.
And I'm going to assist. Did you do good?
24.
Okay. 24. You're like,
Lexi gets some good food. It's tempting stuff.
yeah, you got like some bread. It's like pretty fresh. It's fragrant. You're like, ooh, this raven can definitely, this is a good.
And then I pull out some meat to actually give, because ravens prefer meat over bread. Or
Yeah, so the raven just like continues to stare at you, which you're like, well, now I would expect a raven to stare at me because I have food, but it's not coming, which is like, okay, well, now you're staring is maybe suspicious.
So there's raven.
Well, yeah, birds aren't real. They're government drones.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So it's just over my shoulder and up in the larger.
So,
Do you want
did
me
it
to
say?
shoot it?
Did it respond to me at all?
Oh,
I would just like.
Because I can understand anything it says currently.
so I thought you were waiting for it to come before you talk to it, so what do you want to say to it?
I would be asking. That's why I was assisting with being like, oh, we got some good food here. Like, why don't you come down and we can have a little chit chat?
Okay. Yeah, so you start with like the bread and everything, and you're up there first, and the raven's just staring at everything. And then you are talking, and you're speaking raven, or speaking so that the raven can understand. Oh, and the raven like was looking at you, and the head turns a little bit, so it's looking at you, and then it goes, "Fuck off!" and it flies off. It flies off back to where you guys came from.
That tracks.
Levi just mutters under the hood.
This is a good neighborhood.
So visually, it just appears to be a normal raven. There's nothing strange about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But it's gone now, so.
Okay.
Surprised it wasn't a red raven.
Okay, I would like to specifically note then for the rest of our travels with the kids, while they're doing the things they're doing, I'm gonna just specifically just be scanning the perimeter.
Okay. Sounds good. Give me one last survival check.
Okay. Oh, do you want to cast guidance?
Sure.
And then you give me a perception.
Okay, that is a 27.
Incredible.
22.
22. Okay. On a 22, you don't notice any other. There are frogs and magpies and all kinds of stuff around here. You don't notice anything that you would deem out of the ordinary. So
Cool.
things seem normal nature now. So you, on that survival check, you guys get out of that valley. You get kind of into another area where it's a little bit flatter on one side and there's a rock formation on the other. You're kind of hugging this rock formation and you find this like almost like the, platonic ideal of a cave, right? It's got a flat bottom from like land that was at one point, like muddy or silty and now is like nice soil. and it's like this nice arc. It might have been like the top of a lava tube or something like that, but it's got a nice tall arc, and it goes back in. You guys explore back into it a little bit. It looks like it was at one point maybe there have been animals that have variously used this, bears or whatever, but it doesn't look like there's anything recent, so there's no like fresh kills or anything in there. Nothing that even like still has a smell, right? Old bones maybe.
But that means bears will come back when it's time, though.
Yeah, so a bear might, I mean, and that's true of anywhere that's going to be nice, right? Trees, caves, or whatever. But it's very nice. It's pretty hidden. There's trees nearby, but it's a nice cave that offers good shelter. Frankly, this is like a little bit nicer than where he was before.
Cool.
Because there's more room for him to like stretch out and everything.
Yeah.
So,
What do you think?
oh, he likes it. Yeah, he thinks he's like, oh, very nice. It's kind of like, like knocking on the wall, like touching the ceiling, right? It's like,
One could say it's a bee's knees.
you're like, you ever like go visit like an apartment or a house with somebody or like see a video of somebody who like knows what they're doing and they're like, oh, check the faucets. You want to make sure that, this works or whatever. You're like, oh, that's like Kenzo with this, right?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, if you're going to live in a cave, you got to make sure that whatever. He's like doing stuff and you're like, oh, okay. I guess he knows what he's doing. He's like, oh, this is nice.
Good acoustics.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't realize Kenzo was a professional home inspector.
Yeah, well, cave home inspector, yeah.
So what time of day is it now?
It's getting pretty late.
We should probably sleep here.
Yeah, I mean, and if you guys were just like camping, you guys would be like, this is a good spot to camp for the
Yeah.
night. So you're seeing it's a good spot for Kenzo. And you haven't run into, I mean, like maybe because of like the swamp to the north of you, but you haven't run into anything like people-wise, right? Like civilization. You haven't run into any like little dwellings or anything of like people that might happen upon this. So you guys want to spend the night here? So you go ahead and make a camp. Are you going to do watches or anything?
Oh,
Please.
Okay. How do you want to split up watches?
Probably
Okay.
first one.
okay. I'll take the second.
Okay. First watch, second watch. You only do
Third.
4 hours. You're
Yeah.
off, right? So third, fourth.
Sure.
Okay.
So because I'm an elf, I can't do that.
Really?
Yeah, she sleeps. She's the first elf you've ever met that sleeps.
Yeah, that's kind of different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you like it?
Stressful.
Okay.
On my watch, may I please go out of the cave and look at where the stars are in the sky on this night?
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. I'd like to go in and pull out my painter's kit, and I want to draw the swamp with the little tree hut and then some trees, and it'll be like nighttime, so I'll get the stars correct for where they're at, and then I'll draw a little raven, paint it all as perfect as I can, and it'll be kind of a moment in time painting in the cave.
Mm-hmm. Oh, on the wall of the cave?
Yeah.
Do you have dark vision or do you need
I do
light?
have dark vision.
Are you gonna...
I'll have a candle going. I can
Okay,
just light.
because the
just
dark
like
vision
that.
is black and white.
Yeah, I'll just cast light right above where I'm painting.
Mhm.
Easy enough.
Okay. Mhm. Okay. So, while you're painting, Kenzo kind of comes up next to you, and he's like near the wall, so you can't really even see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh, what are you doing?"
I'm just painting some things from today so the kids will remember their journeys and also know what to keep an eye out for.
He takes a look at that,
Mm-hmm.
and he like kind of is like, "Oh," like he kind of like freaks out, and it like scares him. He's
I
like,
can change it. It's like
He's like, "I don't like that."
okay. Let's see. Alright, I'll cover up the bottom first. So now there's well, do you dislike the hut or do you dislike the raven? Or is it both?
Both.
Very good. Well, the paint's still wet, so I'll take out some parchment and I'll press it against. So there's kind of that image on here, and I'll leave it to dry. And I will paint the night sky and just a nice open field with some night blooming flowers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as you take it away, he like relaxes. He sits down. But he takes some of his salt and he like pours it around the edge of the cave, like the entrance of the cave.
I'm gonna wake up Luna.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think leaving the kids here is a good idea.
What do you mean?
I think the thing we passed has some bad energy that might come to harm children.
Okay.
I think that we're gonna have to go investigate that further if we want to leave the children here.
So what do you propose?
I don't exactly know what to do, just that.
You're several miles from the swamp, but like an hour or two away.
Okay.
So it's you know a little bit away, but it is not that far.
Right.
So
I mean, like Trevor said, this is hopefully temporary.
Scares me.
I was just thinking about the salt.
Yeah.
You guys are like, don't worry, we'll come back to get you. 2 years later, oh shit, Kenzo.
Why are we carrying this salt around?
Yeah. Oh,
And we
man.
buy the salt, we just forget where we're supposed to take it.
I mean, if you're really worried about it, we can workshop some other options, but I think this is at least
For tonight, it's okay, but I don't think long term this is going to be a great solution unless we figure out what's going on at that swamp first.
okay.
Trevor's asleep, but I gotta comment, you don't think leaving a bunch of half-feral children with a giant is a long-term solution?
You're like, oh man, the future, next generation is gonna be mad at us if we don't do something.
Well, I'm going to sleep.
Okay. Well,
You still got an hour on your watch, asshole.
all right. So you're awake.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. How are you gonna watch? Normally you sleep in a tree, right? So were you resting in the cave or are you resting outside?
I was resting inside the cave, yeah. I mean,
But then are you gonna stay in the cave when you watch, or?
I'll probably go just outside the cave and just like find a log to sit on or something and read through my book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you see the line of salt at the cave entrance, and you kind of remember Kenzo doing that before, so you know, like, what's up with that.
Mm.
And then while you're outside, you're reading, you have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
But, you do have some light from the moon, and while the moon is up, you kind of look up, and you see it, and it reminds you of your name. How would you describe Luna's like relationship with the moon? Does she think about it much, or?
I don't think she does. Maybe there was some significance when she was named.
Mhm.
Maybe she was born on a full moon, but
Mhm.
yeah, I think she thinks in more like physical, like literal terms,
Mhm.
as opposed to like spiritual terms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, which kind of puts you very different from Nova, and you've seen Nova kind of like
Reverential.
almost looking, reverentially at the sky.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, interesting. So yeah, you study some of the lessons in the book that you carry, and do you do any practical work?
Yeah, so the book that she's got is Master Archibald's treatises on useful magics for slayers, which is just a dusty, dry read, but it's very useful information. And so she's practicing that snare that she was trying to get right when we were gonna trap Kenzo.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You kind of whittle away the hours like that. It's very pleasant. Not too much happens. By the time you wake up... Sorry, I shouldn't chew on Ricola. I can't feel my mouth. By the time you wake up, Trevor, the moon is set. It's quite dark. And how about you? Do you go outside or do you stay in the cave?
Trevor starts to head outside, and then at the cave mouth suddenly stops and looks down, and that line of salt is like right there. And he just his like eyes kind of go wide for a moment as he looks at it, and then he kind of like turns around, backs up a few steps, and sits in the center of like near the mouth of the cave.
Yeah. Do you think he feels more at home in the cave or out in the darkness outside?
I think it's like, yeah, I think he sort of would prefer to be outside. He's sort of resigned himself to being inside the cave.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think he likes is he attracted to sort of the void of the open night?
Yeah, I think it would be, like, especially if the moon's set, I imagine that his watch is probably before any sort of light starts to creep in. So this is probably with the moon set. This is like maximal viewing of like the starry sky kind of a thing. And yeah, so I think it would be like if he had his druthers, it would be like just outside of the cave. I assume there's sort of like a little bit of a clearing where you could just look up at the stars, and that's probably where he would prefer to be.
Yeah. Do you think, and not just because of the cave, but because of your body, you think you feel like trapped sometimes?
Yeah, I would say it's like probably kind of like an antsy feeling, like where it's like I've just got to shake my leg because I can't get up and move, kind of a thing. Yeah, I think it's that's kind of how he feel, like kind of a jitteriness because he can't, like, because he's confined. Yeah.
So while he's like kind of stuck here, what do you think he does for the next 2 hours?
Like, he briefly considers practicing his bagpipes, but has learned enough to know that would probably not go over particularly well. Yeah, because you can't like bagpipes have like one volume. Yeah, it's on. So he probably would pull out. Oh yeah, I know what you do. He'd pull out this like stack of raggedy papers and would like unfold it, kind of, and it's like a bunch of different separate papers that have been sort of like attached together with whatever the fantasy equivalent of staples are.
Like tricked a mending spell and
or it's like there's like pins through it holding it together, but it looks like someone took like a conspiracy board and just like took all the paper off of it, and now he's unfolding it on the ground. And he's just sort of kind of staring over, and I think it's kind of like he kind of like alternates between kind of just staring out into the darkness, keeping a watch and reading over these sort of arcane papers that he's collected in his travels.
Okay, so you have just like the tiniest bit between the tree and the top of the cave that you can see, so that kind of like you just kind of like you're like like reaching out, like almost like a prisoner in a jail cell, just like that one spot that you get to see the sky. So so that's your 2 hours goes like that. You're reading your papers. You see some kind of a night bird. A little night bird that comes down and is like picking up bugs or something just outside of just outside of the cave there. And it kind of takes your attention, and you, for a while, just kind of stare at this bird, like, not quite understanding it even at first. Just kind of piecing together, like, this strange animal's behavior.
Yeah. Does it make any noise? Not like, does it chirp or anything like that?
Yeah. So it does. It as it kind of like lands down, kind of does a little hop, 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 and it does a little squeak, squeak, and then it seems to be like pecking at the ground.
I would like to attempt to imitate the noises it's making.
Okay. Yeah. Make
Would that be
performance, I think. Yeah. 17. Yeah. So the bird kind of like looks into the cave, and you suspect that it can't see into the cave, like that the cave, with the moon being down, like it's got good enough eyes to see in the dark. It looks like it has quite large eyes, but the cave is just like a hole of blackness to it. And it starts hopping, and it's hopping kind of like curiously towards the line of salt. Do you want to try again?
Sure.
Because you think maybe if you do good, it might hop closer.
Dirty 20.
Yeah. So you make another little chirp, and it kind of hops in, and as it hops in, it kind of kicks the salt. So there's a break in the line of salt right now, and it hops into the cave. To the point where, like, there's still dim light on it, but it's kind of, you think it's, like, at the edge of its vision. It can't see. And it's, like, inches away from the top of your large unfolded page. Do you want to do anything else?
Well, okay, if it's that close, so it could see me?
You think it might not be able to see you.
Okay. I'm gonna make the noise once more, and also I'm gonna like gently extend my hand out.
Okay. Yeah. Roll me another performance, but with advantage this time. You roll 2 really good rolls.
17.
17? Yeah, definitely good enough. You hold your hand out, and like your hand's quite pale compared to a lot of other things. You think that the light catching your hand is enough. That it sees that, and it kind of hops up on your hand, and it pecks more like curiously. It doesn't even really hurt, right? But it kind of pecks at the top of your hand a little bit curiously.
I'm gonna sort of reach in my pocket and like pull out a trail ration, and I want to try and like crumble it into my other hand. To see what it does.
It hops into your other hand, like immediately starts eating it as soon as you're done. As soon as it's done with that, it kind of flips away and flies off. It's a nice little experience with this bird. It's very straight.
I'm gonna then go up, and I'm gonna like gently, like one finger kind of gently push the salt back and repair the gap in the salt line.
Sounds good, yeah. You repair the gap in the salt line. Make a note that you, I don't know, let's say you have half proficiency in animal handling now. If you didn't already. Do you have animal handling?
I do not.
Okay, yeah, you can give yourself half proficiency in animal handling.
Okay.
You've unlocked something within yourself. And then you wake up Levi.
Mm-hmm.
You wake up Levi, and where do you watch Levi? Do you stay in the cave or do you step outside?
Oh, I definitely step outside. He feels very comfortable in nature.
Yeah. Were you sleeping in the cave with everybody?
Yeah, I was sleeping in the cave.
Yeah. Everybody's there. It's protected. Yes, you go outside. What do you do while you're on watch?
For the most part, he produces flame in one hand, so he can actually see. He doesn't have dark vision. And starts pulling out his maps, going over things, trying to plan out. He's going to be up for the rest of the day anyways, since he took 4th watch.
Okay. Roll the dexterity saving throw.
15.
Okay. You managed to not burn the shit out of your maps. You're holding like a weapon of fire, which is totally good, but it is dangerous.
Well, because usually the thing is that it produces it on his shield, and he uses his arm that's weak with the maps, kind of pouring over it like that.
Yeah.
So he always makes sure to be very cautious about. Should clarify that.
Not burn. No, that's fine. It's very easy to burn things with fire. Yeah. So you're here in this forest. This is a bit away from where your circle is located, but it's not immensely different. What do you think? You don't have good maps of this area. Would you try to make a new map of it?
Oh, yeah,
or are you just looking at the maps that you've got?
He would definitely be categorizing everywhere we went and kind of getting directions and putting little landmarks down. So if we ever had to backtrack, we would have good maps for it.
Okay.
Making just little notes. That's how he spends his downtime.
Roll me a cartographer's tools check.
Would that be with survival or?
It's proficiency. I think it's plus intelligence.
Okay, so. Yeah.
For this.
That's a 3.
Okay.
That's a 3 on the dice. I don't know what would be.
Your proficiency.
Well, your proficiency.
Oh, so a 5.
So, which is fine because so the map's not because you weren't able to take a lot of measurements while you were walking, so you're doing it based off of memory, but it's the kind of thing that's good enough to navigate by, not good enough to plot out territory.
Yeah, he's got landmarks down on it, anything important.
Yeah.
And general distance.
Yeah, and while you're making the map, because you've seen a lot of maps and you have a good sense of it, you kind of confirm that you have crossed the border into Brabant, so you're actually in a different country right now, which is pretty meaningless unless you run into authorities. Just which authorities you're going to run into. As far as a druid of a circle, the city's out in the wilds.
We don't.
It doesn't really. But it is something that you notice. Do you think to leave it? The moon's down, which is a little bit disappointing, I think, to you.
Yeah, it's kind of kicking himself for volunteering to take 4th watch. He's gonna talk to the group when everyone wakes up about taking 2nd watch, especially because he wants to communicate with Tsukiyomi, because she's only out when the moon's up.
Yeah. But you did see the moon was up a little bit, as the sun was going down. So you do feel that catching that before you went to bed went a long way to kind of recharging your spirit, But yeah, you're a little disappointed. It's nighttime, the moon's out. But in a way, one of the things that she kind of communicated with you is that one of the reasons she needs people like you is because she can't always be there. She can't always watch. And so, people like you, and that's one of the benefits of that shield, is that you're there to see where her eye can't see. So that's kind of, it's kind of like being, in a foreign country, protecting your country. You feel this great sense of duty, but a little bit disappointed that you can't enjoy, you're the protector now, right? And sometimes you want to be protected. So yeah, I think that your watch goes pretty uneventfully. Okay. Yeah. Your watch goes under the roll of 19, so everything goes very smoothly. And yeah, you get. It just feels good to like be back in nature, even in the town that you guys have been staying in. It's like not that. You don't feel as connected, and today you've spent like the whole day like out in the woods, and you realize kind of like how different that makes you feel, so you feel very like in a way powerful and like recharged. And then the sun comes up, everyone wakes up. What are your plans for today? You guys have mentioned a few things.
Do we want to go back and handle that situation
Nice, not
first?
getting ahead of yourself. I'm going to make tea for everybody.
Good point. Broad strokes.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to go inspect that dwelling that we passed on the way back?
Yes, and also I had a thought that maybe after that, when we go back to town, we could see about hiring a governess to watch after and teach the kids. And I could send any money that I find on our journey to finance the kids' education and the school.
Okay.
That might fare better for their future.
Yeah.
While she's making tea, Levi's going to kind of search around for any herbs, check on the children, do like some medicine checks because this is hard traveling for young kids.
Yeah, roll a medicine check for like try to find some medicinal herbs.
Oh, that's a 17.
Nice. Yeah. That's actually like you find a few flowers that only bloom at night, and there's something that's very like close to your worship. And then like when the dawn comes, you harvest some like dew. Dew is a very like powerful thing, and yeah, and so you make up some medicine for the kids, and you have some things to add to a tea, which the kids are like, gross tea, and they drink it, but then they're like, oh, this is nice. Like, So, apparently, Kenzo makes some awful, god-awful tea. But, he's like, it's crushed up cabbage or whatever, They're like, oh, God. So they really enjoy the tea, and they feel like, you can tell they're like rejuvenated. I mean, they're kids, so they bounce back pretty quick. But yeah, yesterday they were really dragging, and if you were like, it's like the end of the day at Disneyland. These kids were just beat. And so yeah, so we got some tea, they did some breakfast. You got some herbs. What else?
While they're kind of like getting everything squared away, I want to spend a little bit of time like kind of getting any debris out of the cave. You said there's like some old bones. There might be like some kind of brush that's blown in over time. I just wanted to get like a nice baseline that's clean, so the kids can destroy it. All right.
Just sweeping it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Some of the kids are like, there's like a big like elk skull. They like put it on their heads and stuff, and you're like, okay, don't touch that. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sweep it out. That sounds good. What's Trevor doing during this time?
I mean, he'd probably help just inspect the cave more thoroughly, clean up debris, stuff like that.
Yeah, it does look like this was like a lava tube that was coming up, and then it kind of got like filled in with silt. So it kind of like has an end.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, like a lot of caves kind of go cracking back, and you don't know quite how far they go. But this one, it's pretty clearly end. It's very rough, but like not so rough that you're questioning whether there's cracks that go deeper or something. Sometimes goblins will hide in cracks like that. Kobolds are a big problem. But this looks pretty safe. And there's even like a lot of like platforms or things that could be leveled off in the cave. I mean, Kenzo's very strong, so you're like, he can take care of this later. But you're like, oh, you could make like a bed here, and you're already like kind of like interior decorating the cave, and like, oh, so the kids could sleep here, and yeah.
I'm sure this is going to result in nothing, but I would like to do detect magic ritually and see, just make sure there's
Okay.
nothing
Yeah,
Just-
nothing crazy. Nope. Yeah, you detect magic. I think the only magic you detect is on his shield is magical, and that's it. Mm-hmm. And Trevor's magical.
Yeah.
always.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You should see the card trips he performed.
Yeah, so you're very satisfied though. Nothing crazy going on in this cave. I know when things are good, you guys get suspicious.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
this is
incredibly
great.
so.
It's just
Mhm.
what's in between us and the town that I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is the game plan? Because Levi has the maps, like a very crude, like we can backtrack if we want to,
Well,
or
you're doing it the hard way. You don't have to put the tree and the hut in the swamp. If you just use the stars, you can get there, and you don't have to worry about all those things.
Okay. A woman. Trying to teach you about the night sky.
yeah, especially like Levi just
Just getting
just
up.
shaking his head and being like, the map. Sorry, I'm right now. Basically, he just goes like, the maps have never steered me wrong. The night sky is great, but you have to have a cardinal direction that you need to know.
Okay,
That's why I use the North Star all the time.
none of this has to do with what we're doing next. So let's stay focused.
And he and just to also put it out, be like, do you see a night sky up there? It's the sun's out. How are we going to track during the day?
Okay, Luna, what do you want to do?
We'll just follow Kenzo's footprints back. That dude's huge.
He doesn't leave a lot of footprints. You
Oh,
remember.
okay.
So, yeah, when you were first tracking like the only reason he left footprints in that farm was because it was like fresh soil.
Yeah.
In the forest, he's pretty slow.
Some would say light-footed.
It was a large group, though. Could I reasonably track our...
You could probably track your
Trail.
progress.
We don't,
back.
we don't
Yeah.
need to. Levi has the map.
It looks a little sparse.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean, and
okay.
the other thing is
Oh.
there's a major road that goes south. I mean, like it was used at one point.
Yeah.
There's a road going south out of town that heads to Bravon, so you could try to catch that road.
Wasn't that the road that we came in on? Or did we come in on a different road?
You came in from the north. So you
Oh,
guys came in
okay.
from the north of town.
So we were north of town.
You were north of town to begin with.
Okay.
That first pagoda was north of town as well.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
then now you've gone south.
South. Okay. I was thinking we'd come into town for the very first time from the south. Okay.
I don't
got it.
remember. Maybe you did.
But whatever.
But
north
now we're
north is
saying
fine. That's fine. Okay.
it
That would be
wasn't
like
important at the time.
that would be like a continuation, because that would be the north-south road is kind of like one of the major sort of connecting roads.
Yeah,
in the region,
yeah. And
right?
you had taken it many times in your younger years.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are the roads safe, generally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it depends on the nations to keep the roads safe. One of the things is you can usually trust security in civilized areas, and so as far as the roads are used, they're more safe. That road south of town seemed to have been fallen into disuse, which maybe means that it's been reclaimed to some extent by the wilderness.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, you're always gonna have a risk of like highwaymen or whatever, but in general, the roads are safe. Much safer than traveling in the wilderness, definitely.
Yeah. Well, did you have your heart set on visiting that tree again?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds
So-
okay with you all.
Yeah, let's go try to find it again. But then maybe we cut east and try to find that road.
Okay. You guys are gonna try to find the hut
Yeah.
in the swampy area?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get a survival check over here, and you have survival, right? So you can do it with advantage.
I have super duper survivor. I have 7.
I also have a
Great.
+7.
Okay.
All right. Everybody's got survival, and nobody's got investigation.
Oh, wow. Oh, that kind of sucks. That's 18.
18. 18 is a good roll. You guys are level 2.
That's great.
So
Well, I
that's a
rolled
great-
double 9s as well.
I know. That's a great roll because you're good at your job.
And I have a map.
And you have a map.
You guys are very proud of me.
Yeah, so I'll say it's super easy to find that swamp again. And you guys have to like meander a little bit. Like you kind of like hit the swamp and then you're like going south and you kind of zigzag around a little bit. But there's not a whole lot of like trees that could be this tree. So it's not like you're checking trees. You're kind of just wandering the swamp looking for that big fat tree.
Yeah.
And you do eventually find it. So you find yourself back. Roll me a d6.
D6, okay. That is a 2.
2. Okay.
I'd like to be watching for that raven specifically as well.
Okay. That specific raven. Okay.
Any creepy raven.
Sounds good. You're watching for a raven. Perception check over here. The hut seems to have nobody in it again. There's no candle burning this time, though. It's dark inside.
13.
13. Got it.
So presumably someone has been in there, recognized that there was a fire hazard, blew out the candle, and then left.
Could I make a survival check to see if there's any footprints leading out from like the door, or if there's anything like
Yeah.
It's
you want to help?
sure.
Do you want me to help?
Sure, I always
Okay,
roll.
we got a
advantage.
guidance and assistance. Yeah, roll with advantage and your guidance.
That is actually a 24.
24. Yes. So, you notice, and you notice a few tracks of it, but it's quite soft, even in this soil, which keeps tracks pretty well, but very light footprints that looks like either a child or a young woman that aren't any of yours. So, someone probably slight of build has walked barefoot, which is the really strange thing. Which is one of the reasons you know it's not yours, because even the kids, they've got little, like, sandal type shoe kind of things.
They have some sort of protection.
They have some sort of protection, right? Maybe some of them go barefoot, but these are definitely not one of them. It's just very, very light footprints, and you see it, like, going in and out of here. So it's hard to tell, like, timing on all of them, but you're like, oh yeah, like I see this footprint here, this footprint here, which is like the path you would take if you were coming in and out of this, going kind of a different direction. So,
Would you like to leave a note? Just like a, hey, sorry we missed you. New neighbors, wanted to introduce ourselves.
We've been trying to contact you about your extended warranty.
I feel like I'd like to look inside here.
I feel like that's a bit of an invasion of privacy.
Levi is going to warn again about all the circumstantial evidence that he's seen, that this is probably a witch's home, and we should not be invading. We should actually probably be leaving her alone, and not even leaving a note.
Do you guys?
roll me a perception check.
Yep. That is a 14.
14. Okay. I think on a 14, because you've got that on your mind, what you're talking about, you look down and you remember that circle of salt that Kenzo had put, and it's oh no, that was at the other place. Don't worry about it then. You don't notice anything. Keep going.
Might be holding us up for an hour. Would that be okay with you? I won't do anything unethical.
Such as
I won't.
breaking into someo's home.
Yeah, I won't do that.
You won't do that.
I won't do that.
What are you going to be doing?
I'm gonna set up my easel and start painting. I'm going to paint a similar version of the previous picture, but when I do the tree with the little house, I'm gonna paint a nondescript young woman near it and just make it look very happy and peaceful. And this will be a painting that I have made for a gift. So then I'll pull out some parchment and leave a note that says, "Sorry, we didn't mean to intrude in your space.
Okay.
This is a gift for you. Please leave the children alone."
I'm gonna need a D6. Roll a D6.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna go terribly.
Okay. You set up an easel that you carry around with you.
Yeah, it's a little one.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Maybe a red panda holds the.
Yeah, it's really used to holding stuff.
You have like a small easel that you would normally kneel at, but you got the red panda holding it up.
It's really cute, yeah.
Doesn't have to hold it very long because you barely get started
Oh, man.
when you hear the like frog song again, right? And it's like you can tell it's different because it's like a random, a frog over there or whatever. And then you're like, oh, there's like a group of something making noise behind me. And it approaches you, and there is it's a young woman. Appears to be in her 20s or early 30s. Although some things about her bring to mind a withered old crone. Her hair is straight and black, and her eyes are dark. Her mouth doesn't move much when she talks, except when she smiles, when her lips curl almost in a caricature of a smile. Magpies are accompanying her. They call in tune with her singing, or they croak like frogs. So even if it's not frogs, it's like magpies, crows, and ravens that are following her and like croaking. It sounds like ravens in different song, right? They're doing a lot of different sounds. And she's sort of singing in kind of a similar way to like a Sleeping Beauty or something.
Can I make a perception check to see if that raven looks like one of those ravens looks like the one that we saw that told me to go fuck off?
Make a nature check. I'm not gonna let you roll your perception.
Oh wait, no, I have to use my druid dice. 13.
13. Ooh, maybe. Ravens look real similar to each other. It's hard to tell ravens apart. Yeah. Yeah. All ravens look alike. It's hard to say. You're like 60-40. That's you're like that raven is like I give it a 60% chance that's the raven that I saw yesterday.
How far away is she?
She's like 100 feet right now.
Start capturing some of her features. The things that
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just
Make me a painter's tool check.
I'll just give a friendly wave.
Levi's gonna stand behind Trevor.
Not bad.
15, not bad. Okay. So, yeah, she seems a little bit like you, like, I was gonna say she seems surprised, but really it's just that, like, you notice the moment that she notices you,
Yeah.
but, like, she keeps singing. But there was, like, a little bit of, like, oh, like a hesitation, like, oh, someone's at my house.
Do not want to be here. Do not want to be here. Do not want to be here.
Let me see. That. Okay. Yeah, she asks, she says, what's happening here?
Hello, sorry. We were just relocating some friends nearby, so that they were safer. We stopped to meet you when we saw your home yesterday, but it didn't seem like you were home, so we just...
Yeah, I'm, often in the woods.
I was just hoping.
And I think, like, at this moment, she kind of, like, does the wave like this, and, like, all the, like, magpies and crows and everything just kind of, like, disperse. And, like, ooh, like,
Very
okay.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we'll be on our way. Goodbye, thanks!
Trevor and Levi are trying to leave.
So I just, while we were waiting, figured I'd make some art for your home if that's okay with you. So I just, it might not capture you completely because you're far away, and I had to imagine what you might look like. But
She
thought this might be nice for you.
says, oh, well, I must, I must give you something for this.
The thing that you could give me is, we recently
Trevor's like trying to inch his way out of
We
this
just-
wall.
have some
Levi's
friends,
right behind you.
we have some friends staying, a little
Wanna make
ways
a
off
stealth
from here, and we would just love if maybe they were just left alone for a little while.
You see, she's like, and she kind of, like, looks at the ground, and she's like, oh, not children, maybe? And a giant?
That's the ones. Have you run into them already?
Oh, I had, I would say maybe I know of this giant. A lot of news reaches me.
Okay. Good
in
news,
the
I hope.
woods. All kinds of news comes to me.
So there wouldn't be any reason for us to have any concerns for their well-being or safety.
Oh, no.
May I insight check her, please?
No, none of your concern.
Oh, 10 friends.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. how far can she walk in a day? She's never wearing shoes.
I'm not worried about her walking.
Would you like some tea? Can I make you some
Levi's
tea?
checking for a broom.
Will she accept
Oh, I like your
tea?
broom.
Oh, come on.
We're so
Oh, I
rude.
could've
I'm
been.
so sorry. I'm Elle. This is Anna. What's your name?
Oh, Jin Yi.
That's-
Jin Yi.
Jin Yi.
Yeah.
Sorry. Have you lived here very long?
Oh, my whole life.
Really?
Yes.
How long has that been exactly?
A lady never asks or tells.
Oh, all ladies here, though.
Hmm.
Between women.
What about these women?
They inch themselves away a good bit.
We are trying.
I think Trevor's like resigned himself. We're just in this.
You guys can make a
situation.
stealth check if you want. Get out of here.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave Nova and Luna behind. So he's just like awkwardly standing off, like 20 feet away.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're an awfully long way away.
Yeah.
Levi's gonna try to hide behind Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's a 17 on a stealth check behind Trevor, but it doesn't matter because he's got fiery red hair with a red cloak.
Yeah, you managed to avoid like most of it. So, I think that as far as you could tell, she dismisses you as someone who's just afraid for whatever reason.
So
You managed to avoid a lot of attention.
yeah, don't mind them. I just wanted to ask, since you live here, do you think this is a safe place for them, at least temporarily?
Oh, yeah. I'm very safe here.
And how would you define safe?
Well,
I mean, just because we're all from different places, so,
mhm.
And you said you're safe here, but are they safe here?
Well, it's a pretty safe place, I think.
Okay.
So, there's no really dangerous monsters around here, so...
Is she full of shit?
No, we got an insight check that said
Okay.
that she's not. So. Yeah.
Those kids are dead, man.
Yeah, you're like, I don't know, there's a lady that lives alone in the woods, and you're like, I don't know, obviously she's got some way of protecting herself, but... Also, you didn't run into, like, any scary
true.
monsters, you know? You weren't like, oh, Manicore tracks or something like that, right? So...
Hey, there was a statue of a dog with a lion head down a ways. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I know of it. It's a statue.
It's just always there.
Yeah.
Does it move around? Oh.
It's made of stone.
Oh, how long has it been there?
Oh, years. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we didn't mean to bother you.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
Finishing this up.
say
Oh
hi.
yeah, and that statue. There's nothing to fear from that
No.
statue. It's
No, I didn't.
just a stone lion dog.
Uh-huh.
She's giving us nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
She seems very like, yeah, you're getting like closed doors
I'm
from
gonna
her.
just
That's
put
fair.
the ceiling coating on here and
Okay.
okay, here you go. Just
All right.
don't smudge it for a day.
And it was a favor that you asked in return of...
It doesn't
Like
need to
that.
be transactional, but this is just.
Oh no, I'm more than happy to...
Like, don't eat or enslave the children.
Oh my god.
That's
Not that we're worried you're gonna do that.
just, you know,
Maybe keep an eye out. for
yeah.
that.
Trevor face palms.
I
It's just I have a look of horror on his face.
swear on my mother that I won't eat the children.
Okay, thank you.
Or,
Oh no.
or the giant.
Or the giant. I won't eat the giant.
Or
No.
enslave.
Or enslave. I would never enslave it.
I believe you.
That
You seem
is
trustworthy. We appreciate that.
against my very nature.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
Levi is continually
You guys are so funny.
he just keeps on trying to back away.
Okay.
I know you love to terrorize us, but this is a little much.
Too much. It's just a sweet young lady.
yeah, no, sure.
She's
A
not
young
even
old lady.
a young old lady.
Levi's gonna start making his way to the dog statue.
So we're going to be through here fairly often, quite often, in fact. Would you prefer that we avoid your nice little place, or would you like visitors to pop by from time to time?
She looks around, kind of indicates the swamp, and she's like, I don't live here for guests.
Understandable.
Also, my table is quite...
Okay, well, just, if you get lonely, just,
I think she's saying to get out of her swamp.
Anything you want from town?
No.
We'll go.
You don't
Thank
want some
you.
salt?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Did you say that?
No.
She glanced.
No, Levi didn't say anything. He's already out of He's out of frame.
Levi's just sinking into the mud of the trail. Okay.
We'll make a hasty retreat.
Okay, you guys are getting out of there. She seems happy to have you gone. Happy to see the back of you, and she goes into her little hut. And you guys are headed where now? Back to town?
Yes.
Do we want to cut? Were we going to cut east to the road?
Yeah, I think that was our plan, to try and find that
Mm-hmm.
north-south road.
Okay. Yeah, go do survival with all your benefits because everybody's helping you. Super low DC, so I shouldn't even make you roll, but...
Yeah, that's a nat 20, so that's a
Okay.
so that's a with guidance, that's a 30.
Yeah. Yeah, you cut right over. You're still, technically, I think, in Bravon. Maybe right near the border. So you cut over to the road, you get there. It's a pretty clear road. It's kind of like Roman roads, right? Where, like, even if they're super old and they haven't been used, you're still like, yeah, this is 100% a usable road. So it looks like it's not well traveled recently, but everything's on fire. Apparently, according to the lighting.
I was going to be like, oh my god, what? Like, am I getting punished for rolling high?
Yeah, you cut over to the road and you start heading north. You're making great time. It won't take you very long to go this way. And the road is kind of like in this valley where there's not a lot of trees, so there's a lot of visibility near the road, which I think was like on purpose because like to prevent highwaymen, right? Like if you're riding on the road and someone's standing up there, you're like, all right, everybody load your crossbows. But if there's a bunch of trees and you can't see a winding road in the trees, right? Like north of town where you guys were, the road kind of winds through trees and stuff like that. But here, it's like they've either cleared the trees away or they've made the road where there is no trees. So you're riding along, and make me a nature check. Somebody else has nature. You have nature, so do it with advantage.
Oh, that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah. So while you're riding, you kind of halt. You guys aren't riding. Sorry. While you guys are walking, I keep imagining you guys on horseback. But while you're walking, you kind of stop, and because you were kind of leading the way, but you stop and you look ahead. There's trees along the road, which wouldn't, like there's trees near the road, which wouldn't disturb you, except for that like it's in quite a flat level land, which you think is like the border. So it's quite flat level land with, it's like a big grass, like a huge grassy area, right? Like it's like a glade, but enormous, right? So it's basically a big grassy field. And right in the middle of it, there's a bunch of trees that, like a grove of trees right along the road that are not like the other trees around. So you're like, oh, that's very strange. Like it looks like it was planted that way, but it's like quite large. Right? Like maybe 200 yards in like diameter, right? So it's this big grove of trees. And it's like dark under the trees, like they're thick trees. So you stop. Is there anything you want to do or say?
I would point out the trees and be like, hey, what do you ask everyone what they want to do? Like, should we go investigate these trees or should we try to go find a tent?
I mean, they're along the road. If you guys keep going, you're going in that glade. I was handing it to you for some. I don't know why I'm making these.
They're just trees.
Yeah.
They are unnatural trees. These don't look like. Levi's going to start explaining a little bit of the ecosystem, being like.
You mean invasive? Because forest trees are natural.
Yeah. Basically, be like, these are not naturally occurring trees. And you starts like telling the difference between the two types of trees and being like, yeah, these are weird.
How big are the trees? You said they're quite big.
Yeah, so I mean the trees are like, I would say like average size trees, so they're quite tall.
But they've been there a while. Like,
but, you couldn't like grow this in even a year or two. It's like this grove looks like it's like 500 years old or something. But it is. And when he points it out, you're like, oh, that even for you, you're like, oh yeah, I can see like the differences between like, oh, this is like like the ironwood is like a dark green, like very like it's like literally like the forest green forest, very dark. And these woods are more like light, so it's like like this kind of a green, like a minty green, kind of leaves, and the trees aren't a dark bark. It's like a lighter bark, like almost a gray. So they are like distinct trees, and like in a big circle. Like you're like, if you map this out, maybe that's a perfect circle. And the road bisects it exactly. That's dark inside.
Are you concerned that this is a trap?
Yes. And also, based off of everything else that's been going on, like what we've seen so far, that this could be like a hideout for the Jade Snakes. Would be. But it would be a perfect setup to be able to put something there.
Shouldn't you feel at home with the trees?
On natural trees, yes, but not invasive trees.
Okay. I volunteer to scout ahead. I'll go out into the tree line and go along the road, get closer to the grove, and try to kind of scope it out.
I'm confused by what you're saying.
So I want to get off the road
Mm-hmm.
and then get closer to the glade, but so that I'm in cover,
Mm-hmm.
I'll sneak up and try to get a closer look and see if there's anything untoward about it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
off the road, but okay, so it's grassland, but you're gonna go up to the trees and sneak into the forest from not the road.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Where you go?
So you go in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dark. You
Mhm.
can't even see the road.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume you don't find anything. How far in would you go?
Maybe 50 feet.
Okay. Yeah, you head in. It's like there's a lot of underbrush. You're like kind of like having to sneak over stuff, which is great for sneaking.
Mm-hmm.
So, roll me a stealth check though, but the DC is very low. 15. Okay. Yeah, you're sneaking in. Yeah, you're having to climb over stuff. There's plenty of like bushes and things like that.
But they're not like illusions. This is real.
This is real. Yeah, it's all real. Smells. There's sounds. It's like a very like vibrant, alive forest. There's like more animals. Like animals seem to love this forest. There's birds and
Yeah.
you know, lizards and snakes and all kinds of stuff. You know, little critters. Like very real. All the senses engaged. You get 50 feet in, and you're like, there's nothing, right? And unless it's like only something very small at the very center of this, which maybe like you'd miss if you pass through it, you're like, I don't think there's anything in here.
Okay, I'll go back out.
It's just
Roll me a survival check.
Okay. 11.
Uh-oh.
You get turned around.
Can I re-roll
Immediately.
it with my luck?
Yeah.
No.
11.
What was the second roll?
They were both 6s.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Thank God for that. A 1 would have been.
Oh, bless your heart.
So good. Yeah, you turn around.
Yeah.
And you're trying to walk out. And you definitely go farther than you went in.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, I think I am not. I mean, you can't see the sun in here. There's just diffuse light through the canopy. You can't see the road. You can't see the outside from 50 feet in. You've gone far enough in that you turn around and you're like, it's dark just like every other direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you're like, I must have missed the angle.
Yeah. So I'm going to close my eyes, just try to kind of center, and I'm going to use my other senses to navigate, and I'm just going to pick a direction and try to walk as straight a line as I can.
Okay. Roll me another survival check.
That is a 23.
23. Okay. Yeah. You close your eyes and you're walking and you're feeling your way more than anything, and you're almost like on your hands and knees. You're getting dirty. And you're crawling. And you go maybe 100 feet. Quite a ways. And finally you feel grass under your hands, and you feel like a little bit of warmth from the sun. And you guys watch as Luna crawls out with her eyes closed from the edge of the forest.
Yeah, it's just a fucking dense wooded area.
Levi just shrugs and goes, okay, well, then let's just continue on then.
Yeah, alright.
Alright. Sounds good. Okay, so you guys are just gonna follow the road through the forest.
You don't want to go around it.
You said it. You said it's safe.
Go through it.
So,
Great. I go through it.
as far as Levi's concerned, Luna's kind of the party leader, so.
So it's a little tough to navigate in there. We could just go around it.
You said it's normal, so I'm good to do whatever.
We're going to go around it.
Okay, so we'll go around it.
Alright. You guys skirt around the edge of this forest. Pretty easy to circumnavigate. Kind of tall grasses and uneven ground. The road's much nicer to walk on. There's a lot more danger of like twisting your leg. But you walk around it, uneventful, road's on the other side. Continue on your way. It's about 3 hours from that you get into town. It's now kind of like early afternoon in Ushai. You guys coming from the south, which is the depressing way into town.
Yeah.
Which is where the well, I'll say, I'll stop myself. When you're inside of the town, is there anything you do? Do you want to try to you're trying to sneak in? Or are you just walking in? Do you want to come in from the north? I mean, I don't know what you want to do.
No, just foot up.
Mm-hmm. Just because of the way things happen when you left town.
Yeah.
I don't want to just walk you into town. But, okay. You hood up, you walk into town. Where are you headed when you get back into town?
Trevor, I was wondering if I could ask you for a favor.
Yeah, you can always ask. What?
The thing is, I'm not a good buyer. And so, I want to acquire a large amount of children's toys all here. And I thought, maybe using this cover that we're attending a child's birthday party and wanted to get gifts for all of the attendees might be nice. But if I had to tell such a story, I probably wouldn't come off as being very honest. So I thought maybe I could give you 10 of my gold and maybe you could acquire some toys in town with children while we're here.
Sure. And you specifically want me to tell the shopkeeper that we're acquiring these toys for a birthday party full of children?
Well,
If they ask.
or you could come up with a better story because, as I said, I'm not a very good liar.
Okay.
But, just maybe not tell them for orphans that run away that live in a cave with a giant.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, so here's 10 gold.
Okay, I guess I would like to attempt to locate a toy shop. I mean, it would probably be like a wood carver shop that more like household goods and therefore toys for children, right? Like, 'cause I imagine there's probably some wood carver shops that is more like furniture or like wooden weapons or things like that, but like specifically a carving shop that has
There's not like a Toys R Us.
Ye old Toys R Us.
Yeah.
Roll whatever you think would be appropriate to find an appropriate store. What do you want to use?
Probably it's investigation.
Okay, yeah. And you do it with guidance.
Yeah,
That is a total of 22.
22. Okay. Yeah, I think you're looking around and you see there's a carpenter. You kind of you start kind of in the where you are is like the slums, the cheaper area of town. And you're like, there's not much here. There's a lot of residential, blah, blah, blah. And as you go north, things kind of, there's little parts that are a little bit more industrial. So there's that blacksmith and everything. Mm-hmm. And you go and you're looking and you see there's a furniture and carpentry shop. And you're like, okay, well that might be good. And right before you step in, you look next door to it and it's Toto's Tinker and Wooden Toy Store. So you're like, oh, there. How about that, right? So you go in and it's Toto is an older lady. She you're like, is this just stuff that you've collected? And then you're like, I guess I'll sell it. It looks this eclectic mix of like not necessarily new stuff, or like maybe it's just like, you know, stuff that she made a long time ago, or like none of it sells. Like it's all dusty. The windows are like,
it's like an antique shop for toys.
Yeah, it's like an antique shop for toys. Exactly. So, and there's like creepy dolls and stuff. And some of the stuff is like weird stuff. Some of it's like, oh, you're like, this is cool, right? There's like a ball and paddle stuff, and some of it's like really like intricate, like little like clockwork stuff, which is really cool. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, like probably not made by Toto, this old right, like unless she's got a lot of different skills. So yeah, so you go there. Oh, hello, young man. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I get the feeling that Trevor is possibly considered young compared to Toto.
She looks like she's interested in like what kind of toy you would want. Is what she's asking, right?
Right.
I'm sure you're here for yourself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm imagining Trevor going and like sitting on Santa's lap, and like, "What do you want, little boy?"
Yeah.
I wish to buy some toys for my nieces and nephews.
Oh, come right this way. Well, we've got this right here. It's clearly a rocking chair or a rocking horse for hefty boys, right? Like, it's quite small and sturdily built.
Right.
So like try.
Yeah, he will do it awkwardly. That's good.
Yeah. Quite nice. It's like Trevor's stimming.
Yeah.
Like, oh, actually, this is helping.
Yeah. Like ballpark, how many kids did Kenzo rescue?
10, 12.
I was gonna say it was about a dozen.
Okay.
I wanted to say.
Yeah, so I think, Trevor's gonna look for like just kind of a variety of stuff. Some dolls, some, like ball and cup type of things, like the rocking horse, maybe one of the clockwork figures. Just kind of a variety, and not necessarily like, I think Trevor's thinking more like, oh, it's gonna be like, like the daycare type pool of toys. Like we're not gonna give these individually to each kid because we don't know them, but it's just gonna be like,
it's like, go
here's a set of toys that you can play with, right? And then let Kenzo deal with the fallout from kids wanting specific toys. So yeah, he'll want to collect, like he'll just kind of wander around the shop and collect like a variety of these toys, and then so he'll bring them up to whatever the counter situation is in the store.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. So you grab like a dozen or so toys, and bring them up, and she's like, "Oh, excellent!" And you see she's kind of telling in her head, and some of them simple, like, and some of them a little bit more complicated. So you imagine there's a range of prices here. Go and roll me 46. 46 D4s.
12, 14.
14. So yeah, she tells you it's going to be 14 gold, but she'll throw in a chest.
That's fine. I'll cover the other 4.
Okay.
Out of my pocket, and then as we're doing this, I'll look at Toto and say, "Do you have any tooth dominoes?"
Tooth dominoes? I don't even have any teeth.
Just gums.
It's all gums. Yeah. Which Trevor didn't think was weird at first, and then he's like, I guess that is weird. Yeah. Most people I see do have teeth.
Do you have black fire?
I don't think so. Is that a card game?
All right, I was hoping you would know. Well, thank you. And a slide 14 gold across that.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yeah. So, she looks at you like you're a very strange man, and
She's very perceptive.
yeah, yeah. No, you get that look a lot. That's
Yeah.
yeah. So she's much like other people. She's like, oh, what a strange young man.
Yeah.
Trevor now has a chest full of toys.
Trevor has a chest full of toys.
Nova has 10 fingers.
Oh, before he leaves, he asked Toto, do you know where I could purchase salt in bulk?
Oh,
I sort of promised.
yeah, yeah, probably I think the butcher probably has a lot of salt, or there's different document. Ah,
The salt in there.
yeah, there's a
Crazy Eddie's salt.
Yeah, salt in Oregon.
I've got pink salt. I've got sea salt. All salt must go.
Flaky salt for finishing.
I've got kosher salt. I've got filthy unkosher salt. It's disgusting.
He's just got a wacky inflatable arm tube man going on the whole time.
Yeah.
And he hires some like half orc to flip a sign
Yeah.
from
It's like, and there's like a salt grinder, so it's just like salt coming out of the inflatable tube guy. Ah!
Oh god.
God! My eye!
Baseball.
He's got a lot of salt.
It's not an emporium for nothing, people.
Yeah, there's like a general store.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
who knows where this is? There's like a general store, but also she recommends the butcher.
The butcher. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I was gonna say. While he was doing the toy, I was gonna look around for a general store to buy salt Africans. So
Okay, yeah.
We should probably all stick together while we're in town, you think?
No, do you want to go? Look
oh no, I was just gonna be more searching.
I like
for
where this is going. No.
Trevor walks down. It's like, where did everybody
Where'd everybody go? Yeah, let's leave Trevor alone.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I meant in like within like 20 or 30 feet,
Yeah.
kind of looking
Yeah,
around because we're in the nicer part of town now.
Yeah, you're in the nicer part of town, and yeah, there's a store here, but it looks like it's not as like general store as a general store you'd want a general store to be. It's more like a store with a variety of goods. You're like, I don't know, the people in the richer part of town probably get like food delivered from the butcher, right? They don't like go to the butcher, they get like, or they have people that go and get stuff. So this is like, there's like a shop and you're like, that probably has like, you know, I don't know, other things, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's just more.
It's got like quills and stuff, not like.
Yeah, I was just waiting until everyone got back together and
Yeah.
then was going to head over there
I'm
as a
gonna
group.
go.
It was more of just, oh yeah, let me just take a look while I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
She recommends the butcher to get salt.
Then to the butcher we go.
Okay. To the butcher. Yeah, so you go to the butcher, it's Fat Sal, and at first you think Fat Sal is the pig on the sign, right? Like there's a pig and it says Fat Sal, and you're like, oh, it's like that's the mascot. And you're like, no, like the dude inside, you're like, that, I thought that was the pig. You're like double checking the sign. You're like, was that a sign that was just Fat Sal? He looks so much like a pig that it's a little bit surprising, right? It's just like very little hair on top. His nose is like the kind of a piggy little nose, and he like almost everything he says, there's a little joke in there to himself, which he squeals at, which I'm not gonna do because it's gonna destroy my vocal. But yeah, like he says little puns or whatever, and then sucks in air with a. You're like, I would lose my appetite, right? Like.
No wonder no one comes in here.
But yeah, he's got like a bunch of stuff. Yeah, and there's actually like 2-3 people like ahead of you in line getting stuff. So he's apparently very popular. He's probably just a good butcher that people put up with it. Yeah, but you could see like a lot of stuff is on display. It's all packed in salt. So you're like, yeah, there's like, if we just took the salt from the displays, we'd have bags of salt. So you're sure he's a good place to get salt. So Fat Sal's like, oh, what can I get you?
Couple pounds of salt? Is that how much is salt?
It's pretty cheap. If anyone has a book open. Sources from Player's Handbook, maybe? What do we think? I don't know. I mean, I want to give you guys like the official price of salt. But...
It is 5 copper for 1 pound of salt.
Exactly. It's so cheap.
So I'll give him a silver and ask for 2 pounds of salt.
He's like, do you have something to put that in? Basically, it's like, I can give you a bag of salt that's like, he's like, I can give you a 10-pound bag of salt that's a bag of salt.
We can.
Or I can kind of try to split a bag, but like you need something. I don't have like a thing
I'll
to
put
put
a
it
cloak in my basket so it's, fabric, and I'm going to fill it up.
Why don't we just get a 10-pound bag of salt?
Do you want to carry
You
it?
can't afford a 10-pound bag of salt, or what?
No, we're just trying to think like economically. We could probably take the 10-pound bag.
You could just take a 10-pound bag of salt and pour out 8 pounds of it onto the ground, and you have a bag with 2 pounds of salt in it. But
Yeah.
You get tired of carrying it.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be 5 copper. Is that correct?
I didn't.
Sorry, five silver.
5 silver.
silver.
Sounds
Okay.
about right.
Okay.
Yeah, he throws in like a big fat sausage, just like almost a pepperoni, in there. So some kind of cure. He's like, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Right. He's like, it's getting a little expensive. You're like, I didn't need to know that. But I mean, like, it's like cured me.
Cool. All right. I'll pay for the 10-pound bag.
Oh, he's alive and well. Somehow.
Okay, so you guys are in town.
Cool.
You just got salt. One of you, who's carrying a giant bag of salt over their shoulder?
Yeah,
Strength is 8.
I have 10 strength. Am I the strongest?
I have 4.
I know.
You are the strongest.
That's awesome.
But it's a 10-pound bag of salt. Right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll use Mage Hand to carry it.
Yeah, okay, there you go. You're like, fuck this. Yeah, Mage Head once a minute. Incredible. Your highest intelligence is 12? What's your
12
intelligence?
12 intelligence.
Okay, the highest intelligence of the group is your intelligence is 12 or less.
Less.
Okay, I thought maybe you. Okay, highest intelligence is 12. Highest strength is 10. You guys really put all your eggs in one basket, which
Even his intelligence is really bad.
I'm gonna keep in mind those things when I
Well, he should have a high
plan
strength,
this
right?
campaign.
He does, but he's not always.
We're gonna
need to get a head of intellect for one of us.
We're gonna get into a high stakes
Chess match with really heavy pieces.
yeah, a high stakes like social drama situation. Well, social be fine, but yeah.
Yeah, for one
Just
of us.
one of you, yeah. Good times. It's just everybody's got dexterity. I don't know, and wisdom.
It's my
Alright.
spellcasting modifier. What am I supposed to
We have a
do?
lot of very outdoorsy people.
Sounds good. Okay, so you guys are in town. You're carrying a bag of salt with Mage Hand. I think it's like on your shoulder, but the Mage Hand is right under it, so you're just like, so people don't freak out.
Yeah.
I mean, spellcaster.
What do we think about maybe staying in a hotel for the night? Is there some sort of inn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a fairly nice one that you had breakfast at one time.
That's true.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, so if we go get a couple of rooms, we can drop off the bag of salt, and then,
And the chest of toys.
and the chest of
The
toys.
chest of toys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sneaking through the manor house with a bag of salt and chest.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we
I'm sorry.
I was going to dress you up after.
yeah, slowly changing the name in canon of that inn. It is the Forest Dragon.
Okay.
The Forest Dragon. It's the one with the happy little like It's kind of like a Chinese dragon, but it's also like, we're like, like, I'm a dragon, right?
Yeah,
and
not
you're
like,
yeah. Yeah, you're like, yeah, that's not. You're like, I got fucking burned badly by a dragon. Definitely wasn't cheerful. Cool. Okay, so you guys are gonna find an inn now. I guess it's like mid-afternoon right now, so
around check-in.
around check-in, yeah, 3:00. Yeah, exactly. Check-out is noon, so don't sleep in.
Check out with the love places.
So you go and just gonna do. There's like a big room with like 12 beds in it, which a lot of times people double up. It's like there's a big room that's basically Southwest Airlines, and then you can get private rooms if you want to spend more money. So.
Oh, they're stopping doing it.
How many private rooms are available?
There's 3 private rooms in total in the place.
Should we get 2 of them? Okay, we'll get 2 of them.
Okay. Sounds good. They don't overtly reveal that there's a lot of space in the inn, but you can tell by how quickly, like, he's not like, let me see if I have 2 rooms. It's like, yeah, he's like, we definitely do. So you're like, ooh, which like tells you something, like in your head, you're like, when I was like traveling with my dad, frequently we would have to like stay somewhere else or like check around or like, I mean, like,
sleep in a barn.
typical occupancy is probably like 80% for these people to like keep them in business, you know, like, so
I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people traveling in since
yeah,
the Gravon's kind of dried up.
yeah, exactly. So okay, so you guys have 2 private rooms. That's gonna be 1 gold per room, so whoever wants to pay for that, that's fine. Chest of toys, bag of salt. What? Are you gonna do anything else today?
Well, we should probably talk about what our priorities are here. Are we gonna try and get evidence on the governor having connections with the Jade Snakes?
I mean, we definitely can. It's not a bad idea. But at the same time, it sounds like he's got backers. So it might not go anywhere.
Okay.
Which is very concerning. I'm not a big proponent to just violence, but in this case, you know, when someone's going a little bit too big for the britches, they need to be dealt with.
What exactly are you suggesting?
Given everything we know, it sounds like the governor's going to need to be put 6 feet under permanently.
So you're suggesting that we assassinate the governor?
It's a suggestion, yeah.
I don't think that's wise.
Yeah, I mean, if a random brown bear does the assassination, then you know,
Oh, so you're volunteering. Perfect. We don't have to worry about it.
Oh. That's good.
Do we want to maybe...
we should get him out of the castle first, if we can.
Is there like a job for hire board in this town?
Yeah, I think there would be in the inn.
That's great. I would like to just note down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for governance that is entrepreneurial minded. A great opportunity with lots of room for growth.
I'm just writing down what you're saying.
Yeah.
experience living in caves preferable?
Must love giants.
Yeah.
The parenting style I prefer is outdoorsy. Hands-on.
Okay.
Preferably a druid.
So are we not sneaking into the manor anymore? Is that what I'm...
Oh, we should still sneak into the manor.
Okay.
Usually the other notes have like contact information or something that people can do. Is there something you can?
Phone number.
So sort of like,
Will the innkeeper?
yeah, socially you would say like a lot of times letters get left with the innkeeper or whatever.
Yeah.
That's like a service that.
I would like to pay him to provide that service
Yes.
to me. Please.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so you just like you give him, like a silver is like more than enough to be like, hey, can you just collect any
Inquiries.
notes that people leave
Great.
regarding that? Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So, are we sneaking into the palace
Yes.
to try and get evidence?
Yes, I'm just saying. Levi was expressing his concern about the evidence might not being enough, and we might have to take more radical action.
Gotcha.
Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say.
So, I think we should probably do that at night. It will likely be... It's probably more likely we'll run into locked doors, but I think it'll be easier for us to sneak around and not get seen.
You guys were in there. There's a lot of paper doors.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Hotaku, even this far south in Hotaku, they do use some like more secure doors,
Okay.
but there's also a lot of paper doors. Things like an office would probably have like a paper door even.
Yeah.
And then if you had secured things, you'd put it in a safe or
Gotcha.
whatever. And there are storerooms that have like a solid wood door that are more secure, but
Okay.
there's a lot of, it's warm enough here that there's a lot of like room for ventilation, right? It doesn't snow very often, so a lot of rooms are like, like the top will just be open or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So you might not have too much trouble with locks.
Okay.
So, assuming we get inside and can move about freely, what is our main goal while we're in there? Are we just looking for paper information, or?
Yeah, or any like iconography that might tie him back. We have the pedestal topper that has some Jade Snake iconography that could compare to it, and I personally really like to get back that sword that he kind of stole.
That you gave him? Yeah.
Well, that he asked to inspect, implying that I would get it back at some point. Yeah.
I don't know. You might have assumed.
I did assume that he would.
And he might have let you assume that.
I'd like to try and find some lockpicks in town. I'm trying to think of how I would go about that, because I assume they're not legal to own.
There's essentially two routes. You can try to get literal lockpicks that are specifically lockpicks that are made for picking locks that are very good for that.
Yeah.
That's going to be illegal, and you have to go. I mean, you could go to something like a blacksmith or a tinker and be like, "Hey, do you have lockpicks by chance?" Right? It's not. It's more like a controlled substance than an illegal substance because because they're a locksmith.
Yeah.
Exactly. But they're probably going to know that you're not a locksmith just by looking at you.
Yeah.
You could also try to kind of piece together a lockpick tool, which might be more expensive, but you can do it through legal routes, essentially by being like, oh, like I am a tinker or something like that, and they need for this specific tool and this specific tool. And then you go around to different places and get, different parts from different persons, and then get like, okay, well, this is effectively a lockpick kit now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that would be more expensive, but you might be able to get it legally. What?
We can steal a set of keys from a guard.
Yes. Yeah, if you come across the locked door, you could steal keys.
Okay.
Does anyone actually have proficiency in lockpicks / thieves' tools?
No, but trying to unlock a door without thieves' tools
Well,
has
yeah.
disadvantage.
Well,
so,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also planning on picking rogue levels later.
That makes a lot of sense.
I'll walk around town and go to the blacksmith and a tinker shop, and I'll try to piece together a few tools that I could use.
Okay. Let's call that. I'll let you do performance or persuasion.
Okay. I don't think I'm good at either of those. Yeah, they're the same. 9.
I think on a 9, if you want to push, you might be able to get it, but you're raising suspicion because you weren't. And you can probably tell I'm not being good at being sneaky about this.
Yeah.
So you can try to still get it and raise suspicion, or you can be like, oh, and kind of abandon it halfway through and not get a lockpick.
Actually, can I use a luck point?
Yes.
Okay. That is. Well, I already had the guidance. So that's a 14.
Okay. Yeah, on a 14, I will say you can piece it together. It's double the price of a regular lockpick kit.
Okay.
Because you had to kind of go around, and you started to get some suspicious things, so you're like, oh, so I got to go somewhere else and get something else, right? So it takes a lot of time, and so that's going to be, you're still the first day, right? So that's going to be the first day you were in town, you're doing this? Yeah, so that's going to be the rest of your day, and
then I
it's going to cost you twice as much.
We probably do the thing tonight.
Okay.
How much is... You want me to look it up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll handle that. So if you guys want to do anything else to prepare.
So, yep. So what I want to do is go to a general store or go to a map maker or something, and I want to be able to pull any maps if they have any to see the surrounding areas, especially for where Kenzo is and stuff. That area.
Yeah. So that nicer store in the richer part of town, they do have maps. A lot of them are display maps, which are sometimes they're good quality and sometimes they're just nicely drawn and not very accurate. So you could try there. You'd have to buy the map essentially. They make you buy it. There isn't a public library, but probably if you the public could view maps at the governor's estate.
Yeah.
So if you were you had a land dispute or something, he's got maps that you can use in a library. But
cool. So knowing that too, secondary objective in the governor's, depending on how this goes, is find any maps for the surrounding areas and steal them.
Okay.
When we're in there.
Yeah.
Just that's the secondary objective.
Yeah, sounds good. So I'll let you know if you come across anything like that. You're not going to worry about it right now. You're going to do it later at the governor's estate. Or you
I want to look to see what type of maps they have. Kind of just get a feel for it to kind of see how much they know and kind of see their details.
I think at the general store,
window shopping basically.
Yeah, he lets you see a map that is. You can tell it's not super accurate for, but decent for distances and things like that. So you wouldn't be able to if you marked on there where the cave was, it wouldn't be a very accurate way to find the cave. But you can go oh, there's that mountain, and then you go 10 miles south of that or whatever, right? On the scale of miles, it's quite accurate. But then smaller than that, you're it's not great map. So there's something like that, which has the whole kind of region. It essentially is a map delineating the border between Bourbon and Hotaku. Okay. So that's the purpose of that map, and so it's got this long line across it that shows the mountains and things like that. So.
And then just kind of in the chat, what would be the price for that map?
I think something like that would be 5 gold. It's a little pricey because it's drawn to be nice. It's meant to be a display piece for rich people. So yeah, it's a 5 gold map.
Well,
And it's a good size too.
yeah.
So not buying it, just
Yeah, just this window
Just take a look
shopping,
at
just
it.
taking a look. I tell the shopkeep appreciate his time. And if I need it, I'll come back and buy it tomorrow.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, from this you can tell that like the region where he was, like there's nothing there. There's not like cities or towns or anything marked, and it's not near the road. So you're like, it feels pretty safe. Where he was, according to that map. But like also where you were is kind of on the edge of it.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Anything else for Levi?
No, that was all Levi was gonna do.
That's your doing too.
And then just go back to the hotel room and look at the maps and stuff.
Thieves' tools are 25 gold, so I ended up paying 50 gold to piece together.
Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you're not a thief and
Yep.
you're trying to piece together an illegal piece of equipment.
Yep.
Without raising suspicion, which is the really important thing.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So you paid 25 gold to not have the police be like, hey, why are you
Googling how to access the dark web?
how to create a bomb?
So, Trevor,
How to stop the government from tracking what I search.
us sneaking into the house looking around is a plan. It's probably okay, but it'd probably be immensely more effective if, say, there were a bunch of disgruntled townfolk in the street making a ruckus, distracting guards. Do you think maybe we could sow some whispers into this locale and turn them against the governor a little bit? Or we do something so brazen as to break into his mansion?
We could certainly try.
We should.
So I think first Trevor would like to try and kind of determine what the general sentiment about the governor is among the like lower classes. Obviously,
What's his approval rate?
I mean, obviously, like the wealthier people are going to
Do they still have both
probably support him as long as they're doing fine, right? But it's going to be like the working class citizens that are going to have stronger opinions one way or another.
Roll either insight or investigation.
Yeah, we'll do investigation.
I'm gonna move this guy a little bit so I can actually see and
Okay. Yeah, missing much.
4.
Nice.
I think
Can I help
Trevor
him
is.
with
I did.
Well, he didn't
investigation.
roll insight, but if he did, then yeah, you could.
Yeah, because if I had rolled insight, that would have been a 2.
Oh no, I'm
Here's
saying
the
I would roll insight and you would investigate. You know, like we do it as a team.
If you two are spending the rest of the day doing
Yeah.
that, I'll let you give him advantage with your insight.
Alright, fair enough. Guidance. That's more than fair.
And actually don't know if his investigation is higher than your insight. Oh, probably not, because you guys are dumb.
Well, insight is wisdom. And investigation is intelligence.
Yeah, I know, but you're not smart.
Oh yeah.
So her insight would be higher than your
Yeah.
investigation.
Like
No, you're doing fine. I was just trying to figure out
okay.
which is higher.
Yeah, but I thought you said. I wonder if her insight would be higher, and then you said no, it wouldn't. And
If
that's
her
why-
insight would be
your
higher than
investigation.
your investigation. And then I was like, oh, it would be because you guys are dumb.
Okay, the way you phrased it made me think you were saying
Yeah,
no, and
sorry.
I was like, well, no,
'Cause
she's
you're
got
not a
more
wizard.
She's got more wisdom than
If you were a wizard, then they'd probably be equal, but...
Okay, so I got a 13.
Okay, so on the 13, well, for one, I think you nailed it. You're like, well, the wealthy seem to be like, everything's cool. But like, the thing is, there's a big divide, like the working class, more than being like, I don't like what this person's doing. And like right now, kind of the way people are, where they're like, I like this guy and I don't like that guy. They're not like, I like our leader or I don't like our leader. They're like, I don't see that guy.
Right.
That guy doesn't do anything.
I
Right.
don't understand the nuances of how this government works.
It's so, well, it's like, they're almost not, they don't, well, like, it's not that they're not governed, because they are, like, affected by it,
Mm-hmm.
but one, they feel like things like services they should be getting, essentially the way we would describe it now is like services they should be getting, they're not really getting.
Right.
But also, like, the positive thing is, to be fair, taxes are lower here, and they've like lowered, right? So things aren't very expensive. Like, he doesn't demand a whole lot. The problem is we're paying protection money to organized crime. So there's a trade-off there, right? So they're almost like, I'd kind of rather be paying more taxes maybe and not, but that would require him to like hire more guards and actually patrol the streets, and
Which
they
would
seem
create
willing to
jobs.
do. Sure.
Okay, no, that's really helpful because then I think my approach would then be not let's overthrow the governor. It would be like, let's make our voices heard about what we want from him. So it's not like, hey, let's revolt and install a new government. It's let's do something to like have him pay attention to what we want and hopefully spurn change, because it's like, oh no, there's, you know, a big demonstration or something.
Yeah.
People want, you know,
Mean signs,
more
loud noises.
protection. Yeah. So I think I would like to try and start a demonstration.
Okay, like tonight?
Yeah, like outside the governor's manor.
Okay, roll a...
Can I help by going to like nearby alcohol establishments and be like, oh my gosh, did you guys see there's somebody protesting? Have you guys just, you know, to get people curious to go?
I totally thought you were going to say, oh my gosh, did you hear there's free beer outside the governor's manor?
Yeah, that's what I thought. She was like, I'm going to get a bunch of alcohol, and I'm going to give them
If
away.
only
Wait, that's genius.
That is actually genius.
I mean, the fact that you said I'm going to go into a bunch of alcohol establishments, I totally thought that's where you were headed.
I just figure they're up for more trouble is all.
Oh, well, that's fair too.
Yeah.
Oh, but then when they run out of beer, they're gonna be pissed.
Roll a
All over
persuasion,
themselves.
and you roll a performance check.
Oh my goodness.
Well, why? Yeah, I don't know why you're doing it. I didn't make you
Guidance.
do that. Ooh.
I love it.
It's not as bad as it could be. 16.
16. Okay. Yeah, you feel like you get people a little bit worked up.
Okay.
I got a 17 on persuasion.
17 on persuasion. Yeah. So, yeah, you kind of like talk to some people, and you're like, we should go. There's a couple of people that are like, I'm old enough to have seen some heads roll because of demonstration. But some younger people
Yeah, the
and
youth
some
are always
people.
up for it.
Yeah. So you get some people involved. People more like your age, I guess. I mean, like Trevor's age.
Yeah.
And
Trevor's age is my age, so.
Yeah.
That's why.
I meant.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Play with you. So. Okay. So I would totally like to then lead these people to the governor's manor.
Yeah.
And I would like to lead them playing the bagpipes.
Nice.
Okay.
I would specifically.
You might lose a couple.
I would specifically
Ooh,
like
never
to
mind.
play Do You Hear the People Sing? From Les Mis.
The bagpipes are an instrument of freedom.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Sure. Let's see that performance check.
All right. 19.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. People actually get a couple of extra people that are like looking out their window, like, what the fuck?
What is that noise?
Yeah. And then they're like following, expecting like a concert or something. Or they're like, oh, this is clearly like the circus is in town, and this person is like bringing us. And then they kind of stick around. They're like, okay, yeah, like I guess we're doing
I
this.
guess we're mad about something.
Yeah.
Can I
You know.
pull out my roll of parchment and my ink and have a little sign making station so people can write their angry messages? Some paper signs to hold up.
Sure. Your paper's not very stiff.
Yeah, they'll have to hold it with both sides, won't they?
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, you've made signs. It takes a couple. I don't know. People may cool off after. But there's a couple of signs. There's a
Alright.
couple of people
all
holding
we
stuff.
need.
That's all. Not everybody's got signs. There's maybe 14 people there. So it's not crazy, but it's people, and they're shouting. And the guards of the gate are looking a little bit nervous because they can probably kill 6 of them, but then the other 8 are gonna, like, if this turns violent, and they're like, ugh. So they're getting nervous. They're gripping their spears.
Is Trevor staying with the crowd while we go in, or do you plan on coming with us?
Did you want me to come with you, or because Trevor? I mean, we gone back and forth on Discord about what we were gonna do. I mean,
You guys said you were going to split the party. That's what.
yeah, I think that was the last thing. Unless you guys feel like you want Trevor with you, Trevor is happy to continue the demonstration outside.
You would be the best one at trying to find things specific.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah.
You're like, none of us can read.
Whoa.
Sure.
I can read.
Yeah, I'll try and. I think Trevor would probably like try and get some like chants going, and then do the like, yeah,
All right,
you know, and then kind of like slowly make his
Now
way
I've
to
got to
the
go to the
crowd.
bathroom. You guys keep
Just
going.
you like kind of thing where you like you're just like going slipping through the crowd like razzing people up, and then like so nobody's really paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah.
Homer Simpson did it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's what.
I
And
think
then like
Levi
join
gets
you guys
smaller than
around
here to back
in the alley next to.
because he went back to the hotel room and he was just chilling and then
You guys are like around the side of like some corner of the wall, and you realize it's just the 3 of you. You look around. Levi's like in the crowd chanting.
Oh.
No, we could say you didn't do that. But
I mean, I can telepathically communicate with them from 30 feet away.
Nice.
So.
he slipped away. Levi was in the crowd, but you grab him and you're like, no.
he got caught up with the bagpipes. They're very, very enticing. Enthralling, I should say.
Yeah. Got that nature sound. Really natural.
The drone of nature.
Invisible, stealth.
Right.
Yeah. Do you guys want to go with him? Do you want to go 1-on-1?
I'll be a mouse in your pocket
Okay.
until you need me out.
I'll be with Trevor then.
Okay. So I want you to lead since you're invisible, and I'll just stick right behind you.
How will you know where I am?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Mechanically, I have blind sense within 10 feet.
Oh,
So,
okay. I
don't need to see you.
I did not know that. That was the part I was missing.
Beautiful.
I like.
I love how we planned this out like no one.
Yeah. Okay. First, before I go invisible, though, how are we getting? Are we gonna like climb over the wall?
Yeah, I'll just boost you up and I'll do my best to jump over.
Okay.
How tall is the wall? You said it's like 8 feet?
Yeah, it's like 8 to 10 feet.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, I will
Cast guidance on you before I launch it.
Okay.
make myself invisible.
Alright.
Oh, and I guess I'll also cast guidance on Trevor before I wild shape.
So, real quick, I want to, look around and make sure that there's no guards coming, but then I'd kind of just like to, lift up and peek over the wall, and make sure that there's not, guards right on the other side we're gonna jump over onto.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
Go ahead and make me a stealth and a perception check.
Okay, so stealth 16 and perception is 24.
Okay, well, the perception was the easy one, but you beat the stealth DC as well. So, yeah, you actually go to the wall. You can hear there is a walkway on the other side of the wall, so it's probably 4 feet up, and the wall goes another 4 or 5 feet. Or yeah, it's 4 or 5 feet up, and the wall goes another 4 feet or so, so they can just peer over the wall.
Yeah.
So you guys are on the wall, and you're all backed up against it. and you hear the footsteps of the guard patrolling along the wall. And as they go, then you hop up and you look and you see them. They're walking off, and you're like, okay, cool, like we're clear.
I just have the mental image of like a dwarf dancing over the wall.
He's like, I don't know why I work here.
Why did they
Not
station
doing
me here?
anything. Stupid government.
Okay, so I'll kind of like let myself back down and wait for them to pass, and then I'll kind of like motion Trevor over and just like give you a platform to boost up.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so you hop up. Give me a stealth check first, just to try to be quiet here. And then what's your goal, like on the other side, your target? You're trying to get onto the walkway, you're trying to go all the way to the bottom of the...
It would be
just
like...
on top of the wall.
Well, I think the ultimate goal would be to get down off... Because I'm assuming that the wall isn't connected to the manor at any point.
Yes, that is
So
true.
the ultimate goal is to get into the manor. So I think it would be... I would like the walkway up there would be sort of an intermediate point, so it's not just like over and then fall down 8 feet, you know, like a...
Yeah, but that's what I mean, like you're gonna try to like immediately kind of hop down to the ground. Okay.
And then try and like hopefully there's a little area to kind of like just sort of like
hide behind something.
Yeah, hide behind something, or at least duck under the walkway.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but just be out of the way.
Yeah.
Stealth, you said? Whew, I'm glad I had advantage. That was the natural one. That is a dirty 20.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, you are super quiet. You hop over. It looks like the walkway is kind of like the wall's kind of like built, so it's double thick at the bottom, and then the walkway is just kind of like a ledge. So you can't quite get under it, but you kind of go against it.
Yeah.
So there's like a tree in front of you, and you're like, it looks like people don't generally like walk here. Like it's not like a walk area, so nobody's gonna like run into you, and you just kind of like back against the wall, and you're like, doo-doo-doo. So you're over. Well, who's going next?
Me and Nova's a mouse in my pocket.
Okay. What's Levi doing?
Oh, I'm a mouse in.
Oh, you're a mouse in his pocket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So as soon as I hear him hit the actual ground, then I'll jump over.
Now with invisibility, they're just a mouse floating in the air.
I thought that.
I think he's worn or carried.
Yeah, I think he's good.
That's what I said. I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that if it's, you know, mechanically, like, he's in a pocket, so he can't, like, there's, like, no mechanical advantage to having him, you know, it's not like he's riding on my shoulder.
Yeah,
keeping
it doesn't matter anyway, like a floating mouse in the darkness, nobody's gonna see it.
Yeah.
But no, I think that he's worn or carried, so he goes invisible when he gets into your pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, so then she's a mouse in your pocket, so yeah, give me a stealth check. Mechanically getting over the wall is not super hard.
Gotcha. That
For you guys. You guys are
a
good.
17.
17. Okay, good. That beats the stealthy. Yeah, so you get over, you look around, nobody's the wiser. You managed to get. So you guys are both in the compound. Let's start drawing stuff out. Okay. So for simplicity, we're gonna just use the big thing here. Okay, so you guys came in here. So you guys kind of jumped over the wall back this way.
And then invisible Trevor. Do you want a ring?
Yeah, I'll give a ring.
And then, so the gate is over here. This is the main building. The audience chamber is in here. This building is 4 stories tall. It's quite tall. These other buildings are not as tall, these outer buildings.
Where exactly was the room that we met with him that seemed to be kind of like the...
Yeah, the audience chamber has like little throne room kind of thing.
What floor was that on?
That's here. It's on the first floor. Okay. So this is essentially like the entrance. There's like a foyer and then the audience chamber.
Okay.
Right. And then there's doors that go either way that kind of lead to the rest of it. That's kind of the entrance hall of that building.
Okay. You may lead the way.
Right. Yeah, I think... Well, what do these buildings look like?
So
this looks like it might be a shed or something.
That square building, it looks like it's some kind of like shrine or some place that people go to meditate or whatever, something like that, right? This one right here, this other one, that looks like maybe it's like servants' quarters, kitchen, things like that.
Okay, I would say let's approach the main building.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I don't know what the interior layout looks like, but is there like window or door over in this section?
Yeah, I would say right behind that square right there. So those squares, you can kind of tell from the way kind of the towers are, that the squares are what are they called? Like staircases, round staircases.
Oh yeah.
You're talking about a
No,
spiral
like a stair, the spiral staircase. That's the word I'm looking
Oh,
for.
okay.
Mm-hmm. So there's 3 for fire safety.
Right. Okay.
You know, because they were concerned with that.
Because the fire marshal will come down on someone's head.
Exactly.
I mean, when a lot of your walls are made of paper,
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to try to get into the staircases? Do we want to start from like the top down?
I mean, the audience chamber, when we were there, did it look like it also had a space where he might conduct more private business, or was it definitely like, this is just an audience chamber, it does not look like there's any like desk or anything in there?
Have your roll history.
History, only a 9.
A 9? Okay. I would say on a 9, what you can go off of is what you've experienced in your life, sometimes entertaining for the rich and famous, right? So you've been in estates before. A lot of times, like, people will have audience chambers and then they'll have like an office or something right behind that, so they can kind of recuse themselves.
Right.
So you're like, my guess is somewhere very close to the back of that.
Probably that area that's kind of just like attached off to the side of it on the back of the building.
Possibly.
Which there does appear to be another of the like staircase.
Yeah.
Fire
Where?
escapes.
Sorry, is this the main?
Yeah, that's the gate.
Okay. Yeah.
So do we want to kind of skirt around the outside and check out that?
Yeah,
attached?
I think. Yeah, can we? I think we want to make our way around the outside here and see is probably along the way to this tower. Look for an exterior door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I think along the back of this, there's some wicker work vents. So they're kind of like mesh but open to let air through. So there's a lot of that along the back here. These buildings are a lot more like solidly built, particularly this one. More like, full walls and things like that.
Right on the exterior.
Yeah. And, I think you come around here and there are a couple of vents to the outside to let fresh air in, and they've got like that mesh. So you're guessing, because of the way like construction is at this time period, they're not removable. Like nowadays things are removable, you have removable mesh, but back in the day you just kind of built it in. And so you're guessing this is mortared in, and if it needed to be repaired, you'd have to cut the mortar out. So, like, you can't just, like, pop this vent out, but it's just wicker, so you can cut it.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Are there any windows along here that look like they might be open?
So that's the closest thing to a window there is along this wall. Yeah.
Okay.
The towers that have the spiral staircases in them, you can tell they're spiral staircases by the spacing of the windows. They don't have windows lower than, like, 15 feet up, though. So... And they're like narrow windows that are tall, but you can see they kind of spiral up a little bit, which is what makes you think those are staircases.
What do we want to do? We could cut in, but it's gonna be obvious. We could always, if we cut it clean, we might be able to just like set it back in there.
Right.
For what it's worth, you have seen Nova druid crafting like little branches and the little jewelry, so maybe she could attach the wicker. You might.
She's squeaking in the pocket.
I'm just saying that.
So the style of construction, the vents are so basically it's like the interior is like a drop ceiling kind of a thing, and so that the vents I guess the question is it like there's like a paper ceiling and then like some headspace to collect the hot air that goes out the vents, or do the vents go directly?
The vents probably go directly in, because you've seen vents like it in the audience chamber.
Okay.
So the vents probably go directly, unless this room is constructed differently, probably go directly into the room.
Got it.
Can we hear? Are there still people outside the main gate?
Yeah. So you still hear like chanting, and they're worked up, and yeah, there's a couple extra guards up in front there, on like the inside of the gate, or standing at the wall on either side of the gate. But nobody's done anything violent yet, so they're just watching.
Well, I would say that if we can do our best to reset the wicker vent so that not like that it has to be sturdy, but so that there's not just like now a hole in the wall, right? That might be the best thing to do.
Gotcha.
Because then it at least gives us direct access to the room.
Okay. I'll take out my wakizashi, my little short sword, and I'll just kind of like slowly try to, as cleanly as possible, cut out the vent. Trying to like keep as much of it intact. Keeping as much of it intact as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, make an attack roll, but it'll be
Alright. I'm trying to remember how to play this character.
I mean, Dex plus proficiency for you. So.
Has this vent acted in combat yet? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. That roll higher than initiative, and it's already acted.
Shit. Okay, I'll just make a roll. 21.
Nice. Yeah, so you you lean it right against the base of that, and you just push against the bottom, and you kind of score it, and then it kind of just pops out, and you get along the sides. So you get 3 sides. It's pretty I mean, it's not super flexible, but it's flexible enough that you can get some space in there.
It's now a flap.
It's now a flap. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, semi-stiff flap. So, so like if you let it drop, it won't just like swing.
Yeah.
If you push on it, it pushes relatively easy. But...
I'll hold it open for Trevor to go in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I want to kind of like.
I mean, it's 8 feet up. So, I assume that he's boosting you to cut it.
Gotcha.
Actually, what I need you to do is boost me so that I can look in there.
Okay, I'll get back down and let him.
Or, I mean, you could look in there if you want. I was just thinking.
I'm already up there, actually, so I'll peek in. Is there anybody inside?
Roll a perception check. It's quite cluttered. There's a lot of stuff in there.
I rolled a 1. I'm going to use my last luck point.
Oh, good.
That is a 20.
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's anyone in there. You were fooled at first because there is along this wall a armor. Yeah, so you're like, shit, there's like a samurai praying, and you're like, no, it's like it looks like maybe an ancestor's armor or something like that, right? And so there's like a blade and a nice suit of armor. You're like, oh, okay, that's respectable. Right?
Okay, so actually, here's what I want to do. I'm gonna climb in, and then I'm gonna climb halfway back out and like let my hand down so that I can
climb over you.
Yeah. Just
you take one hit point of damage.
I'm gonna need like athletics from you, acrobatics from you, and I know those are not good.
16.
Okay.
15.
Nice. Okay, so good. You both hit at least a 15. Yeah, so it is not comfortable, but luckily, like, neither of you is a huge, really big, strong person, so you can kind of squeeze through this thing. It takes solidly 5 minutes, and it's rough. But you both get in, and you're now in the room. You two get squished pretty violently, but you don't take any damage, luckily. So, because that would be worse if you suddenly popped into human form again.
Once we get in there, I'm gonna reach into my cloak and I'm gonna pull Levi the rat out and start letting him run free.
Okay. You're free, little guy. Cool. Okay, so you're in this room.
Do you throw us in there?
It does look like something. I mean, I don't. You could probably call it a study. There's like a short desk, like a 12-inch high desk. There's some papers on the desk. There's also shelves with books and scrolls on it. So there's a lot of writing in this room, which was missing from the last room.
Okay.
Searched.
I'd like to start like scanning through.
Yeah. And yeah, I was gonna ask if you have dark vision. Of course you do.
Yes.
So, so you start scanning through writing. Make me an investigation check. What are the rest of you gonna do while he's looking at papers, since you can't read?
Is the cabinet locked?
No. It's like a bookshelf that I mentioned.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I was like, cabinet.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Any kind of like furniture, like the desk or anything like that.
Yeah. So, and the desk is like a table, right? So it's like, it looks like it's used as a desk. There's like a cushion where you would sit and everything, but it's not like a, like a modern desk with drawers and stuff. It's not.
So while they're doing that, I'm gonna try to run to a door, kind of like near a door, and see if I can smell anyone.
Okay, make a perception check.
I got a 22 on the investigation.
22 on the investigation. Awesome.
Oh, thank goodness. That is, it doesn't have, that's a 19.
19. Okay. You smell a lot of smells of people, but you don't smell anyone super nearby, you think. So it's not like you're sniffing someone just on the other side of that door. But there's definitely like a lot of people that come in and out of here. So also that could be obscuring things. But you don't feel a sense of danger right now.
Is there a lock on the door?
Yes, but it's not like a key, it's like a mechanical thing. So from the back of it, it's more like a complex latch, really. Gotcha. So like people who wander around, and it actually is latched. So so it's unlatchable from the other side, but it's kind of like, you've got to like push this in and pull this or whatever. So it's not super like a lock, but it's just like, it's a little bit harder to get into than just a door. It's kind of like a child safety lock.
Gotcha. And this is a paper door, you said?
It's designed like a paper sliding door, but it's actually wood panel.
Okay. Is there some way that I could, like, wedge it shut? So if somebody came...
there's a mechanism on the inside so that you can prevent people from getting in.
Gotcha.
So it's, like, lockable only from the inside.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you can. Okay, so you're going to lock the door. Okay, sounds good. What's Mouse Nova doing? Just in the pocket for now? Okay, sounds good. On that investigation check, so you find a lot of numbers. This person seems primarily interested in managing money, which is interesting since, like, you'd think someone like that would be, like, levying hefty taxes. You find some evidence of debts that they owed, right? So essentially what it is their own books indicating, like, these debts, these debts, these debts. So from a money perspective, some of that you're saying, you're like, ooh, this is like not looking great. And it's not clear like who the debts are owed to or why they're owed. But then on a 22, you actually find a letter that's almost like a threat. And it's from it's not signed, but there's like definitely like a snake symbol, and it's essentially like you failed at your job, and your debts will soon be collected or something like that. And you're like, oh, this is like, it's like it's enough that it's clear. Like if you were to show this to an authority, it's like, oh yeah, it's clear that this person was like in some kind of deal with these people. Like it's a threat from them, but it's not like you better pay us. It's like, oh, we had a deal and you didn't come through. And so it's like, this is probably some of the best evidence that you think you're going to get out of like all of the rest of this is just like, debt, whatever, right? Like there's also a lot of like cash flow and money. So not like a huge amount, but like he's a governor. Yeah. So there's a lot of cash flowing through. So it's not like he's like insolvent or going to die immediately. It's probably not the debts that are driving him under. But like I think, it's like, ooh, this doesn't look great. Like these aren't great books, but that's not like what's his biggest problem.
Mm. Right. Okay. I'm definitely going to pocket that.
Okay.
Is that sword in here somewhere?
I think. No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Are you happy?
So, kind of skimming the paper, and I don't know if I would get a sense of this or not. Mm-hmm. Does it feel like this whatever the deal is that didn't work out and now they're gonna collect, does it feel like the governor's been mixing like the actual governing of the region with his personal business? Does it feel like this is like is he keeping like his personal stuff and then like the governance of the region like separate? Obviously there's always going to be some intermixing, but or is he like has he appropriated actual like funds for the governing of the region to go to like a personal project, or do I get a sense of like what that might be?
I was gonna make you roll insight, but I think I will let you do investigation, and you can do it with advantage because you've already kind of succeeded on finding this and investigation.
There's another natural 20, so 22.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, on a natural 20, like going through these books and kind of adding things up, what you realize is that at first, especially with the threatening letter, you're like, oh, this dude is being extorted for protection money just like everybody else, right? But then you kind of look at the books and you reread this letter and you realize that it's not really the other way around, because he's not extorting them for protection money, but they were paying him a cut. So the Jade Snakes pay him a cut in exchange for some kind of favor, looking the other way, letting them do their thing. Right?
Yeah, greasing the skids so that they can do their business.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Exactly.
Okay. And the reason I was looking into that is because based on just the threatening letter, it's like, oh, can we go to the governor and be like, we'll take care of this problem if you'll do this, but it feels like he's a little bit more corrupt than just that.
Yeah.
And so we may want to try. I don't know enough about the politics to like who we take this to, but it definitely seems like the governor is corrupt enough that we want to maybe take him down, not just like fix his problems. Like we could go the fix your problems route and then have like a corrupt governor owe us a favor, but I don't know if that's this group or not.
Yeah. Right? I think that was a really important distinction to make.
Yeah.
Now that we've made it, we should probably go.
I'll let you roll an insight check.
Don't forget that Levi was talking about trying to find some maps.
24. Okay.
Oh, right.
I know you're a mouse, but just as that kind of a group insight check, and I'll let you lead that. So, on the 24, what you remember, which you guys probably, I'd say, discuss later, is that you remember when you reported to the governor that you had kind of taken out the Jade Snakes and taken care of it. he seemed upset.
Yeah.
Like, that seemed to upset him, and you weren't sure why, and now you're like, oh, yeah, like, he was getting money. Like, one, they're probably going to come back to him for that. And two, he was getting a cut from that.
Okay.
So he didn't really want them gone.
Levi, do you remember seeing maps in the audience chamber?
Oh, jeez. I'll be honest. I didn't look, so I can't definitively say yes or no to that.
Was there any kind of decoration in the audience chamber?
Yeah, the audience chamber, the walls of the audience chamber are big murals. But it's like, you know, like waves and fish and things like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was more of just because there's no central library. This is kind of like the public library. That's why we're making that assumption that he has up-to-date maps of the entire region.
Right.
Yeah.
But they may not be in this office. They might be.
They're probably somewhere
in
else.
a library.
Yeah, there are like some scrolls and stuff that you guys haven't opened up, and some of them might be maps. So, I mean, like in that bookshelf, there's some scrolls. Sure. If you want to like dig through and start cracking into those.
Yeah, I mean
that's a little bit more involved. So we've done a few minutes of investigation right now.
No, I feel like Magical Tripper feels like we've got the information about the governor that we were looking for.
Yeah, I think we should probably get out of here.
Okay. Well, we would like to help Levi out. So I think
Give
at
it 5
least
minutes.
while we're in this room, I'd like to start.
You want to look specifically for maps really quick?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, do an investigation. Yeah, if you're looking specifically for it, it's a little bit easier.
Is there like a crack to see under or around the door anywhere, just to see where people might come from?
No, this door is pretty secure. It's meant for privacy.
Yeah, that's why I did a sniff test on it. The kind of
15? Yeah, 15 is enough. You do find... So you open up one, and it's a couple of rolled papers together, and you unroll them, and you unfold it, and it's 2 maps. One is kind of a map of Ushai, which is the one that I posted, essentially, which is the city itself. And he does have a rough map outlining sort of the borders of the county, so everything within maybe 15 miles or 20 miles or something like that.
Cool.
So he does have that map, which you can take.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff on that map you already know, but
yeah.
But actually, the cave that you guys were at is outside of that. Even the swamp isn't on this map. It's apparently in Brabant.
Okay.
So it's just funny. You just hold up the map down. The rat has dark vision, so all you hear is squeak, squeak, squeak.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he gets up and he's just like...
When you wild shape, can you still understand the languages that you knew?
You can understand because your brain stays the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's wild shape and not polymorph.
Got it. So yeah, when I find those, I would telepathically communicate to you, like, hey, come check these out. Squeak twice if you want us to take them. So I'll
do
roll
it like
them
hand motion.
Like Stuart Literal.
Yeah, it's like, well, I think this is all we need.
Okay. You go out first, and I'll kind of try to help lower you down. I'm a little more confident that I can land without hurting myself.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll go out. You want me to make any rolls?
Yeah, make a stealth check.
I'm just going to say I'm actually a little bit surprised you're not going after that sword.
Trying to be responsible.
So I'm gonna scoop Levi back up, secure him in my cloak, and then attempt to stealth out of here. 19.
19, nice. Yeah, so you guys managed to, you shove and push or whatever, and you get out, and you kind of like roll out, and you do actually do like a really nice little like flip, like almost accidentally. You kind of grab the thing, and you're like, oh, my feet are on the ground, and I'm good, right? It's pretty quiet, and you're like, oh, really proud of yourself, right? What is it? You ever like accidentally do something well?
Yeah.
You're like, oh.
I looked around to see if anyone noticed, and then realized I am invisible, so even if someone was there.
You're like,
and then I also realized, well, that's the goal is to not notice.
To not make sound. Yeah, exactly. So you get lucky, and then I will make you make an athletics or acrobatics to get out because you don't have the help.
Yeah, and then I'm also going to make sure, like, as I'm kind of like lifting myself down, I want to make sure that that vent is like nice and tightly shut.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll drop down. Natural 20 for a total of 24.
Yeah. Nice. I mean, you're just like. Initially takes you back to like some of the physical training, you know, the gauntlet or whatever, right? What do they call it in The Witcher?
Yeah, it's the gauntlet.
The gauntlet. Yeah, so you're like, you know, you pull yourself out, you like roll, you know, you grab the thing, and you're like, dude, boop.
As soon as
Drop
your feet
down.
hit the ground, I'm gonna crawl up on your shoulder and come out of wild shape, and I'll like try to craft the liquor back together as best
Okay.
I can, so it doesn't even look like we're in there.
Yeah. I'm gonna have you make me. You can use your painter's proficiency because this is a little bit like of a crafting thing.
22.
Nice, yeah. So you use your little. It's a little bit like of an artistic, creative thing, and you kind of do, and it kind of stitches back into the wall. And on close inspection, it's like, yeah, clearly this is different, but it's like, yeah, just walking past and, you know, like a lot of things that are in your vision, just kind of ignore them. Yeah, 100%. Unless you're up there looking at it, you won't even notice.
Awesome.
Yep.
Good job.
Sweet.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to have then the three of you make stealth checks to get to the wall. It's pretty easy to get back over the wall.
You know, you could just wild shape back, right?
Because there's like
But I'm not good.
the step up.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys are so fucking sneaky. You get over the wall. You don't get killed by any guards.
Is
Boring.
the demonstration still going?
The demonstration is still going. Yeah, which is keeping your DCs low for stealth checks. So, yeah, demonstration's still on. Yeah, you guys are sneaky. You're like over here by the wall. You know, you watch the guard go past. Like, you know, they rotate. You know where they're coming from. So you're like behind a tree. As soon as they go out of sight, hop over that wall. No problem. So you guys are back on the outside of the wall. You've got 2 maps and a letter. Is that right? That's what you took?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I took.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to rile the crowd up more? Is that something you're interested in? Giving them more...
So, as I guess, yeah. Well, so what I want to do is I want to re-enter the crowd and then sort of drop invisibility.
Nice.
It's like, I've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But has there been any sort of response to the demonstration? Obviously, other than drawing the attention of the guards, but does it like look like the governor's come out? Or...
So just to before he does that, I'm gonna scurry out of his pocket and just be around the corner still, and I'm gonna drop out of wild shape.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, so you drop out of wild shape. Okay, you go to the crowd. Yeah, I think let's do this. I'll have you roll me a perception check.
Okay.
I'm guessing you're gonna be the last one over the wall.
Yeah. That's only an 11.
An 11.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't notice anything then, but when you guys curl around and you're back in the crowd, you see the guards kind of talking, and it's like essentially it looks like disseminating orders, and the guards kind of disperse and go back to what they were doing.
Okay.
So it looks like someone with authority came down, checked it out, and was like, forget about it.
Okay.
Right? So the guards were like, they were curious, but it's just like, go back to your patrols,
Yeah.
and everything. So, yeah, maybe somebody came down, but you didn't see them. You guys were busy.
Okay.
So, and they were on the other side of the wall. They didn't pop up to even look. So, so you're all back out. It's just after sunset. What do you guys want to do?
You guys want to get hammered?
You want to get hammered and talk about what we did in front of other people?
Yeah.
I mean, we could go back to the opium den. We know that nobody's there anymore.
They would probably appreciate... We gotta support small businesses, okay?
I just want to know where Stabby Pete is, though, man.
No.
Well, he's not at the opium den. We did.
It
We
just
did-
established that.
We tried to find him there, and he wasn't there.
No, I know. He might have gone to the nicer opium den with the nobles now.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because he's rich now.
Yeah. No.
The opium.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we did establish this. Maybe an opium emporium.
Stabby beats opium emporium.
Would have been around town at all?
Oh yeah. That's right.
No, so they, you haven't seen them around town. You didn't see any signs of, you were in the thing just now.
Are there any temples in this town that would stand out to me?
The closest thing to a temple you've seen is that little thing right there, that square building. You guys hopped in. You recognize that that's the kind of place that you would have had when you were growing up. And it's probably got some kind of shrine or statue inside. Shrine to ancestors. So monks would have spent a lot of time there. And then they may have been given, like if they stayed for a night or whatever, they would be staying like in the servants' quarters or something like that. Some meager accommodations. Neither of which you investigated, so.
I was too busy being a mouse.
No, that's good.
Yeah, I was on
Let's
lookout. I was smelling things.
I don't know if you guys remember, but there's a lot of stuff in my world. Not all of it is the story.
Yeah.
We
Not
know.
all of it is even a story. Some
Everybody
of it
has a story.
will kill you. Well, that's the problem. Everybody has a story. And you guys are like, no, this guy's important. He's got a story. And I'm like, everyone has a story.
Why would he have a title like Stabby if he wasn't important?
Clearly, clearly Alec workshopped that name a lot, so this guy's important.
He didn't just
He
come
didn't
up
just
with
come
it.
up with it in a moment. Listen, it's essentially a Japanese setting, so clearly Stabby Pete is someone Alec thought about,
Yeah.
and is an integral part of this world.
Which is why we can't find him, because it's the greatest mystery of all.
The greatest.
He's
mystery.
a wandering Roman.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we want to just go back to the inn?
Yeah, I
Spend
think.
the night?
Yeah. On the way out, I try and start a union chant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I say union, you say power. Union, power, union, power.
Everyone's like, what is that? Oh, Swedes.
Yeah.
like a good 8 out of the 13 people don't have jobs.
Yeah.
So,
And
they're
even
like
if they did, their jobs would be so disparate that they wouldn't even be
Yeah.
part of the same union.
yeah, they're like, I don't know what any of this is.
You're a blacksmith, I'm a seamstress. What?
Well, not actually manufacturers union.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
There is a way.
People that have jobs union. That's what it is.
Actually.
Actually, it's a professionals union.
They're gonna start the Teamsters.
We'll do. I'll let. I don't know. Do you want to do? Do all of you want to make a perception check and set the DC really high, or does one of you want to make a perception?
I already
check?
have advantage on his perception with a plus
I
5
set a normal DC.
with guidance.
I think
Yeah.
we've made our decision.
Okay.
Make a perception check. With guidance.
That is 24.
Okay.
I do say, statistically speaking, rolling. Well, actually, technically, I could have given you advantage, or well, one of them probably could have, and I could have given you guidance.
Well,
Whatever.
statistically speaking, the DC was
Hypothetically.
25. No.
I'm never gonna let that
No,
one
you're
go.
not gonna let that
What is it?
So
No,
funny.
Mathematically, is that
I don't even remember the exact context.
Oh,
but
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
You were,
Oh yeah. I
Okay,
remember
what is it?
exactly. His yen horn was dying, and he's like, "Oh, you'll be dying." And I was like, "Well, mathematically speaking, it's better to let you drop to 0 first on me."
yeah.
I was like, "What? Mathematically speaking, it's better to let you go to 0."
and then he did, and it
Yeah.
was kind of a tough time.
He's like, mathematically speaking, you were incorrect about that. Mathematically speaking, it makes a lot of sense to have your people alive.
Okay. Thank you for enlightening me.
I'm so mad about it.
What you see as
Where we
so
had to buy salt. There's so
you
much salt in
guys
this
are
room.
like going back and yeah. Oh,
We're doing
all the
what?
flavors in the world, and you choose to be salty.
Better than being sweet.
So yeah, you guys are like walking back into the inn where you're staying, where you have rooms, and you're kind of in the back because you kind of like trail behind people mostly. 'Cause you're like, except for in the wilds where you're like, I'll lead the way, right? So here you're in the city, and you're like, nah. So you're kind of trailing behind, and you look over as you're like walking into the inn, and along the main road, you see like like a ragged bunch of soldiers. Like you're like, okay, those are clearly soldiers like suited for war, right? Like these aren't guardsmen, these aren't whatever. Like it's a different kind of armor, different kind of weapons. These are soldiers like suited for war, and they look ragged, right? Like, and it does not look like they are all there, right? Like the way they're like rank and filing, you're like, a lot of these people are missing. They're like not used to marching like this. They're not like in their regular units. There's one guy kind of off to the side that you identify as like probably the only person left in command, which is like kind of a portly guy. He's got like that like kind of square beard. Like he looks like he's got a big jaw, but like the beard that makes his chin look like real square, like it's pointier here. And balding, right? He's got like the top knot, like the warrior top knot. And it's like kind of fat where you're like, okay, he's like a hefty dude, but like you give that dude like a war hammer and like, I'm not going to fight him. Like it's like a belly full of muscle or whatever. That's the kind of like impression you get from it, right?
Which direction are they coming from?
So they're coming from the south, headed north.
Gotcha.
And you can see the way they're marching, they look like they're just gonna force march through the night. Like they're not even gonna stop in this town. They're just marching right through, headed north.
Are they carrying like a banner or anything like that that's recognizable?
I was gonna.
I would say I'll let you make a perception check. You'd probably like stop them.
11.
Yeah, so you can tell from the heraldry. There's a lot you can tell from heraldry. What you can tell from this heraldry is just that they are, like essentially part of the like what you might call the Royal Army of Kotaku, right? Like they're official soldiers of the like overarching government.
Okay.
So as far as like unit insignia and things like that, it's some battalion that's not like someone you recognize.
Gotcha.
You know? Generally, it's like the style will tell you like which noble they're under, and so it's like somebody that you can't recognize, and also similar to like knights in the Middle Ages. You can tell who that noble is in the group because their like heraldry will say, I'm the actual dude that is this heraldry, not like under that dude. And you don't see that heraldry, right? There's like not a guy that like the head of this isn't the guy who they're like named after or whatever.
Gotcha.
So do they have like I know you're saying like they're disheveled and stuff, but like are they from a glance from where we're at, do they look like they're wounded or are they just tired?
I'd say wounded, right? So you see bandages and things like that.
Okay, so they actually had a legitimate fight and probably got their asses handed.
That's as far as you can tell. Yeah, like something handed their asses to them.
Gotcha.
I mean, in that type of conflict, both sides are going to have losses. But...
Yeah, so they could have even won.
Yeah,
they could have won, but they
might have gotten decimated.
Beat pretty hard. Yeah.
I was just going off of the fact that there's only one commander left. Usually you would have multiple commanders, and with how they are, and then usually if you won, you have higher morale. Especially, I'm just going based off of that might be a little bit too much metagaming, but yeah.
Yeah, well, and like a lot of that is generalizations, but it's a safe assumption, right? They don't look like they won. They're not cheering, and they look like they're in a hurry to get somewhere.
Yeah, it's
It doesn't
usually
look like they're going to a battle.
Mhm.
So
yeah. When you're retreating like that, you're trying to get away because you're probably gonna get chased.
yeah, I mean, they don't look afraid, but they look tired.
Does it look like? Does it mean it's basically sunset, right? Or after sunset?
Yeah, it's a little dark. So they're carrying torches and stuff.
Mhm.
So that's
Does it
what
look-
they're lit by, like their own torches.
Does it look like they're going to be stopping here, or do they look like they're just coming?
No, they look like they're just going.
Okay.
It looks like they're going to push as far as they can, and then set up a camp, and then push again as hard as they can.
Okay. Do we want to try and see if we can get any information about what's going on from them, or just let them?
You want to talk to him?
Well, I'm just asking as the party. Yeah, I mean, we would be trying to talk to them as they're, moving along.
If you're interested, I mean, feel free.
It would be hard to catch. I mean, they're like
Yeah.
marching, and you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
just like catch sight of them, kind of as they're going. Yeah, I mean, you could rush after them, but they're gonna be gone in like seconds.
Okay, and probably not worth it. I'm sure we'll find out what's going on.
Oh, actually, that's what I was gonna say. Was I still have one more wild shape left? I was planning to try to kind of like follow him.
Okay.
If-
I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, I'll always take back. I mean, I was going to try to follow him the best I could on foot, and then probably like wild shape into a grizzly bear.
You do
And
like horse and rider.
Behind you.
actually, it's not a terrible idea to wild shape into a horse, but just
Yeah, Trevor knows how to take care of horses. So give you some food and brush yeah.
Mm-hmm. Scratch your wither.
Mm-hmm.
Check your teeth.
No.
it all depends. Does Trevor want to go with me?
I mean, Trevor does have concerns about individuals going off by themselves.
Yeah.
That's fair, but that's why I was gonna go into
Okay, so the two of you are going off by yourselves, and then you two are staying.
Well, we're at least
We're-
going together.
Drinking, right? Really?
I think if you look determined
Tea?
to follow them,
Tea.
Trevor would offer to go with you.
Yeah, Levi's determined. He wants to know what's going on with these guys. It's not every day you see soldiers marching through a city like this.
Okay, I'll let Luna and Nova know what's happening.
Cool.
And we'll just be like, we'll be back.
Should I make tea for you two when you get back?
Sure.
Okay.
I love to.
I will pass the maps and the letter to you so
Awesome.
that it can at least be safe in our room.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
What are we doing?
So I think Trevor would just. I don't know if Levi's gonna wild shape now or what.
Yeah. I guess if we're trying to keep up with some, I mean, do you think you could get information from them pretty easily from a distance?
Probably not from a distance.
'Cause I think the only problem is that if they set up camp, they're not going to allow people to approach them. They're going to be hostile to other people.
Possibly. I mean, I think Trevor does look like an itinerant wanderer, so he's probably doesn't look particularly threatening, to be honest.
Sure. Then, yeah, Levi's gonna wild shape into a horse and let Trevor ride him as we're chasing these guys down.
Okay.
Okay. Well, on horseback, it doesn't take that long to like meet up with this column. It's maybe 50 or 60 soldiers with this leader. How do you interact with them? I'm a little confused about what that's gonna look like. So,
Well, I think it's the kind of thing where, I mean, if I'm on a horse, we can presumably move faster than them. So
Yes.
we can catch up, but also like maintain a pace with them.
Yeah, while you're
briefly to talk. So I think it would go to like the head of the column, wherever their one like captain or whoever is.
Yeah.
And I would just try and converse with him, basically just like what news, and you know, kind of more like in the way of like a traveler who's like, hey, what's going on? Are things safe? You know, that kind of like I'm heading to like, wow, I can't remember the name. I think you gave us at one point the name of a town that's on the coast. Because they're heading north.
No one remembers. No one remembers. The capital's on the coast.
Okay. So I think
know what it's called.
Okay. So I think it would be like,
We're going to the capital.
oh,
today.
we're heading to the capital, you know, along this road or whatever. Like, is there anything you all seem to be in a hurry. Is there anything, like any news that I should know about to stay, you know, safe as a traveler, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, do these guys, I can't remember, you might have, did they have like visible insignia?
Yeah, so they do. So generally, like the unit has an insignia based on like the noble that's leading it. So they do have visible insignias. It, from what you can tell from the heraldry, which kind of thing that everyone would know, is that they're a part of like the, I don't always know, like the national army essentially.
Got it.
So they're part of this national army, and then they're in some unit of some prince or whatever who is not there.
Yeah, so I think I would try and make conversation with them in terms of like, hey, you know, travelers often give, you know, like, oh, watch out, we had some trouble with bandits, you know, a couple days back, or, you know, like, hey, you're coming from this direction, the direction I'm heading, is there anything I should know about, like, where you came from? Obviously, we're going the same direction, so I think it would just be like, oh, what news of the kingdom, you know, like, why are you hurrying somewhere? Is it something that would impact me as a traveler?
Yeah, roll me a persuasion check. 12, okay. Yeah, I think as soon as you roll up, that guy, not in a rude way, but you've seen Willow?
Yeah.
When he's like, out of the way, peck.
Yeah.
It's very much like that. Like,
hey, like, we're on official business.
But like,
no, I get
please
it.
make way for the royal army, right?
Yeah.
But you kind of like are like, oh, we're not like getting in front of you, right? Because it kind of looks like you're gonna like get in front of them.
Yeah. No, it would definitely be like
we just
off to the side, making sure that they're not impeded at all.
Yeah, it's like just as you come up, he's like, oh, you know, make way, right? And then I'm sorry, am I being too loud for that?
No, you're right.
No, we're good. Okay, that's what I thought. So he's like, make way, and then you're like, oh no, we're heading the same direction, and we're wondering, what's the news or whatever, right? So, you can see he's a little bit like hurried and he's out of breath because they're kind of like march. But he does say, he says, essentially he has no idea what. It's like I've no news, right? Like we've no. Essentially, he's like, I have no idea what's going on around, right? There's nothing. Which are kind of like, well, what happened to you? But he says, essentially, he's like, I have no idea, but don't go south. Just, if you're headed north, I assume things are fine.
Okay.
And that's kind of all you get from him.
Sure. And I will just thank him for the warning.
Yeah. But it seems like friendly, which is something that like a lot of times higher ups don't. What you recognize is like he's not nobility, but he's like you could tell from like his stuff. You're like, oh, he's like very like like he's got a lot of like honors or whatever.
Gotcha.
But he's not noble born,
Mhm.
and so he's a little bit more like reasonable, right? He's not like you're unimportant, right? He's like, hey, like I would love to help you, but I really honestly
like the kind of like started out as enlisted and worked his way up to a high rank through his capabilities and valor and stuff. And so like still has the perspective of like from the lower
exactly.
classes.
So
He didn't go to West Point. He started out as an NCO.
mm-hmm.
Got promoted to NCO, I should say.
Yeah, and so you could tell from his armor when you get closer that he's a general. So he's like actually quite high in rank.
Okay, cool.
So he's like among the top leadership in the National Army.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, and then we'll just turn back around, go back to the inn.
Okay.
I think we'll slow, like pull to the other side, making it clear we don't want to impede them, or we're letting them go. And then as we see the column recede in the distance, we'll just then turn around and head back to Ushin.
Yep, and then when we get back in the town, duck behind a corner, wild shape back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds good. And as you're going along in the town,
jumping into it.
We go through the alley, and Levi wild shapes back, and on the other side of the alley, Trevor is on top of his shoulder.
Levi's like, let me take that out of my mouth. Okay, give that back to you.
Oh, ew.
One thing that you notice, though, as the army is marching through is that it's a little bit of a spectacle. It doesn't look like this town has like had a visit even like this from the army recently, right? It's like, we don't get national soldiers running through here. And you're not aware of like a war with Brevon.
Yeah.
Like that's not...
Right.
Like it's not been in the news. Like we're going to war.
Right, because that would be the kind of thing that probably everybody would be talking about because it would like impact trade.
And you're like on the border. If there's a war with Brevon, this is like the primary road.
Right. We just walked across the border and it didn't seem
nothing going on. So
So presumably it's further south.
I mean that's your best guess right now. Yeah.
Something weird's good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys come back to the
I think we come back and meet up and kind of
we have some tea together.
Info dump about what we saw.
Yeah, and so you guys all share all the information since because of wild shape and everything. So you guys are all now on the same page.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is there anything else you want to do tonight, or are we calling it? You calling it a night?
I mean, I think we need to figure out what our new plan of attack is in terms of dealing with the governor. So we've got evidence that he's corrupt and in bed with the Jade Snakes.
Mm-hmm.
I think even though Trevor has a lot of experience from traveling around, I think this level of politics is beyond anything he's ever dealt with before. So like he would have no idea like how do you remove a governor for being corrupt? Like who do you even go to do that kind of a thing? Like he's like is it like do we go to the Capitol? Do we go to the...
That's exactly what I was going to suggest, is going to the Capitol, seeing if somebody there will meet with us, preferably somebody who's actually a noble, because I don't think noble families would really like that this non-noble governor has basically taken over this town and is now like really corrupt, demonstrably corrupt.
Yeah.
So that might be our best.
To be fair, the governor was placed in control of this town.
Oh, that's an interesting distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the governor is essentially this town. Well, so the town is the capital of the county. Now, it's a shithole because the county's a shithole county. You're way on the south, border with the Brevon. There's nothing out here. So no noble wanted to be what would be the count of the county.
Right.
And so they were like, well, we'll just install a governor there who's a non-noble. So presumably this person has the endorsement of the national government.
Yeah.
Right. Like I would say kingdom, but like king isn't the word that they use. So I use nation, right? But But yeah, he was placed there by the national government. Now, is he doing things that maybe the national government wouldn't approve of? Sure, but saying, oh, there's this dude out there who's like taking over. It's like,
Yeah.
no, you're talking about the legitimate governor of the county.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is the capital?
Probably 6 days.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's essentially there's like 2 counties between you and the capital.
In the same direction that the kids are, or totally different?
Different
No,
direction.
kids are south, capital is north.
Right.
Okay, the other option is going south to Brabant and seeing if somebody there would be interested in reestablishing trade here.
Mm.
Didn't you guys just report not to go south though?
That's what the
journal
the
said.
general said. But we also don't know.
You also did just
Go
come from
south.
the south.
Yeah,
So,
and we don't
you're
know how
not dead,
far. We don't
so-
know how far south
Mhm.
they meant. Given that at least the part of the next county where we were seemed fine. Like we obviously didn't come across any battlefields while we were traveling,
Mhm.
right? So it could be the southern part of that county or even further south. Is what he was referring to. Like, don't go south. I mean, because we were in the upper third.
You're in the
of
far north of Brabant.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like it could be a ways away, and those guys definitely looked like they had possibly traveled a long ways. So, well, I think we should not haul the chest of toys and salt 6 days to the north.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think we should head back to the kids to at least be like, hey, we're working on it. Here's your salt. Here's toys to help keep the kids,
Yeah.
Occupied so they don't go wander off. Because I get the sense now we've relocated them to deeper wilderness than they were before. Because before they were only like 5 miles out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Obviously things to worry about, but now they're like pretty far away from civilization.
Yeah.
So
Maybe we could. Are there other supplies that they would need too now that they're further away?
About just getting like some extra cooking supplies for them,
Yeah.
and we could teach them how to use, so they're not just eating the same stuff every day.
yeah, I would probably be like more like on the order of like spices and other things like that, because it seems like what's his face, Kenzo can provide like the main part of the meal.
Yeah, they could probably get like meat and root vegetables
Yeah.
and leafy greens, but yeah, getting like ground spices or whatever.
Yeah.
Cinnamon or
tea.
something. Yeah,
And stuff. Might be
better
good.
tea.
So we can kind of bundle up a care package to bring with, along with the
Yeah.
toys and salt.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just pick up some fabric too, for them to make clothes and stuff.
That's a really good idea.
Some lumber so they can build houses.
Yeah.
We're gonna teach them all crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And we can start our
Yeah.
own sweatshop.
Right.
Could grab a Magna Carta so they have a form of government.
Yeah.
I'm eventually gonna have to have it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Can I just replace my parchment paper and any paint?
Yeah.
So,
Yes. And get some more.
Okay, so it sounds like, not necessarily tonight, but like resupply,
Mm-hmm.
head south to the kids, update Kenzo on what our plan is and everything, and then head to north to the capital to see if we can find somebody sympathetic to our cause who would help remove the governor.
Yeah, I
Assuming the
mean,
kids haven't been eaten.
those kids are so dead.
I mean, they probably haven't all been eaten yet.
Yeah.
And when we get back from the capital,
Do you
all
want to
that's
check on that before you start spending a bunch of money? Because if they've been eaten, it feels like a waste.
we've already spent quite a bit of
I
money.
mean, we could
It's
use
kind
the
of
spices.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of a sunk cost anyway at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they're eaten, we have these toys. Maybe we could recruit new orphans.
Oh my
And then take
god.
them to Kenzo.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
You don't have to recruit orphans. You can make orphans.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't planning on putting Orphan Maker in my titles.
I still want to give them the choice.
As long as I get a sword called the
Would-
Orphan Obliterator, that's all I
Would you
care.
like to come to the South Wilderness and potentially be eaten by a witch / hag
Mm-hmm.
who lives in the forest?
Yeah. Who knows?
Okay, so to the children.
Yeah, resupply goes
Food
out
truck.
to the kids.
All right.
In the morning.
In the morning.
Is the moon up?
Yes, the moon rises like an hour or two before sunset right now.
Okay.
So it's nearly full. You want to spend some time outside?
Yes, I'm gonna go out of town for a little bit
Mm-hmm.
and go pray, communicate with nature.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want some company?
You're more than welcome to do whatever you want.
I'll go up and meditate while he does what he does.
Sounds good. So, yeah, you two go out there. So how do you try to commune with your deity, with the moon?
Basically to the shield, because it's
Mhm.
one of her artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like just standard praying to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially because Levi is inherently aware that this is her power is what gave him his circle,
Mm-hmm.
because when he was he never got the power from the circle of the land druids where
Yeah.
he was with, so that's why he was incredibly grateful for this opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he always tries to take take chances to thank her for this, and the chance encounter he had.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you look up at the moon and it's got, much like our moon here, there's a certain like pattern to it. And the thing that you like about it is that you can see different animals in the moon, and the animal that you see depends on the phase of the moon. So although, like ours, it's tidally locked, because certain parts are covered, it changes the way your eye perceives it. So as the sort of month goes on, it's like, well, now it looks more like a rabbit. Now it looks like a dragon. Now it looks like a bear. And so you have that kind of connection that she's taught you how to like take these different forms depending on what kind of you need, as she changes depending on what she needs. Is there anything that you think you use? Is it more like a physical thing, or do you like burn incense, or?
Yeah, he would carry around maybe even not that it's probably ever worked, but would offer food to very just very respectful, kind of like like in a way, like if you go to a shrine in Japan where you drop the coin in, you ring the bell, you pay your respects.
Yeah.
Something similar to that regard, but obviously money.
Yeah.
She didn't really want money from.
Yeah, so I think that makes sense that you always make sure that you have little scraps of food, maybe some of your beef jerky or crumbs or grains of rice or something, that you kind of offer, really more symbolically than anything. But then naturally, as part of being a druid, it's part of this cycle of nature where the things that you carry, a lot of times like, seeds or anything like that, will actually grow new things or help other things to grow. All kinds of different life can grow as you sort of spread these offerings around wherever you travel. So there's also like a practical application to that, those offerings that you make. So so you spread a little offering, and you've got your shield in front of you, and you kind of connect to the moon as it sort of rises in the sky. What about Nova? What's her connection to the moon? How does she feel?
So much
With the moon, just the stars. Yeah.
Yeah, she's spending the evening reflecting. She looks to the stars and all the constellations, and she just sees kind of an image in stars of a person, and then a shooting star kind of rapidly incinerating that person, and then his reflection out, maybe being more mindful of when to use lethal force in the future, and it's still just kind of replaying, and she's just trying to work through her hang-ups as a result.
Yeah.
Learn from those mistakes.
Yeah. I think you see that, and I think you see sort of the splash of like we have like the Milky Way, this sort of splash of paint, and what you'd heard is that that's from a sort of cosmic mistake. But then you kind of look and you say, you know, sometimes even like from mistakes, you can have something that's very beautiful. And you know that from painting, sometimes you've spilled paint and things are beautiful. And you think, well, you know, that person's dead and that's not really a beautiful thing. But it changed me, and that's a gift to me, you know, that I can be grateful to this person for giving their life, even though it feels like maybe it wasn't a fair exchange. You know, I can get some kind of value from that. I think it makes you grow, and you understand a little bit more of some of the lessons that, like, your sort of masters were trying to teach you at a young age. But that's very difficult if you haven't experienced them.
Right. Yeah. No, you really gotta go incinerate a few people to really
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yes, our two druids spend the night or part of the night out under the stars. I assume you two, you're just gonna sleep.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to take the night away from you, but but yeah. So yeah, you two sleep. We come back in the morning.
Can we just potentially hand wave something? So I don't want to take hours trying to do something.
Yeah.
Can on the way back, Levi and I kind of non-violently make entry to the local schoolhouse if there is one, and just make use of a couple textbooks for the kids?
Yeah, I think you can probably find like a little academy or something in the nicer part of town.
I want to just swipe a couple books. I mean, the text is probably paid for, so it's not really technically stealing. Kids are entitled to education.
Yeah, so you can find some things that talk about like basic arithmetic and like some
stuff,
yeah, exactly.
Undo some Lord of the Flies situation.
Yeah, you grab one like on arithmetic, it's the basic stuff, and then one on like astronomy, and you flip that thing open and you're like, all right, I don't know if this is like correct, but it's a start.
I'm curious.
Yeah, so that's fine. It's the best that we've got.
You're like, I thought this was astrology. A real science.
A real science, not this fake.
My astronomy professor was married to an astrologist.
Mm.
And he's like, it's all bullshit, but I love her.
Mhm. That's the secret to happiness, by the way.
Yeah.
To just be like, oh yeah, I don't care, you know.
That's
So,
Mhm.
so I'm just gonna make a note. I rolled a 15 on sleight of hand to see if Nova actually notices Levi taking an extra basic arithmetic for himself.
Passive perception.
Yeah. I think what I would say is, yeah, you notice him swipe it, and you're like, that's fine if he wants to learn something. Yeah. And there's something when he does that, and you're like, you know it's for him, and you realize there's something about him where you're like, he seems younger than he is, right? Like, you know, he's 25 or so in his 20s, but you're like, there's something about him that feels very like still childlike. So, okay, so it's the morning. You guys are gonna head south along the road. Okay, so you head south. How are you gonna go along the road, and then you're gonna cut across, kind of the opposite of what you did, to get back to the city?
Can we then skirt around the edge of the swamp to avoid?
Yeah.
So the road doesn't go through the swamp.
No, but
when
then eventually when we cut back,
so you can cut back further south, I think. Yeah, so you guys cut further south, and I'd say maybe you're gonna cut like under this hill that you kind of went north of. You're like, yeah, we'll cut south of this and then kind of hook back up to avoid this swamp, just to give it a super wide berth.
Yeah.
because the cave's not super close to the swamp, but
I just got a sense that she would like to be left
Yeah.
alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely got that sense. Yeah, you read that correctly. So you guys head south. And the you're gonna go right through that forest, or do you want to skirt around that forest too?
Definitely skirt around the forest.
Are you sure? You want to put it to
Oh,
a
if you want to
vote?
go through it, we can.
Oh no, I was just going off of what.
No,
They're just
You're-
trees.
yeah.
Woods are just trees.
I'm just following you,
Trees are
man.
just wood.
Oh no, I was just. I mean,
Trevor, what do you think? Should we just go through the trees this time?
we technically got a short.
We should probably.
Here's the thing. Don't do anything because you think the DM wants you to do it. Okay, because I'm not.
Oh yeah, I mean, I realized I looked at you, but really, this is more Trevor looking
It's like-
around at the group, being like, oh,
You're
No,
not-
we should definitely
You're not
go
gonna
around.
ruin
Okay.
the story if you don't go into the
We
trees.
should go around.
We are going to go around those trees. I do
all right,
not like.
we'll go around the tree.
I do
Even
not
though
like the
everyone
trees.
swears it's normal,
Totally normal.
but nobody
trees.
wants to go through it.
Yeah.
No.
Listen.
I don't swear they normal. I said I got a bad feeling about them, and then I was told they were normal,
Mhm.
and then got told no, let's go around them. And it's just like, what?
That's the guards we're talking
Let's
about.
go
Oh, yeah,
around
maybe.
these perfectly normal safe trees.
Like that's why Levi's so
Yeah.
It's
confused.
just that they're a pain in the ass to like try and trudge through, whereas it's easier to go around.
All right, we'll go.
There's a road. There's a road through it.
Oh, did I maybe misunderstand
So
that?
here's the map.
Oh,
There's a road that goes through this.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
right on the road, there's a big fucking
But the
forest.
but the road is clear as they go through the.
Well,
The
it looks
if
that
you,
way.
you can't see the other end through
Yeah.
the trees. I mean, the
probably
road always like
windy.
winds a little bit, but
Gotcha.
the road goes in and it comes out, so you can just take the road. Like it's dark in there. Just like
Yeah,
Let's go
no.
trip mushrooms. Let's do it.
I'm not making the decision.
we'll go around.
Levi's gonna make the decision to go around it because those are giving him the cheat the creeps.
That's fair.
It's probably just for leaf limbs.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go meet with Lee.
yeah, you'll definitely die if you do. You go in there, there's just a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah.
If the wild animals don't kill us, their rampant alcoholism will.
Be like, if you didn't want to be eaten, you shouldn't have had blood.
Drunk teeth.
Yeah, T-Rex just tripping balls. Tiny eyes are just... Okay, so you go around the trees. It takes you an extra 2 minutes to do that. And then,
I bet that's what those
You continue
guards
south.
are running from.
roll me a survival check with advantage and guidance, because all you people are helping. Except for you, who's no help at all.
Yeah.
That is 1926.
Perfect. 26. Roll me a d6.
3.
Perfect.
Man, that's great.
Yeah.
I've gotten a new number every time. We get to find new stuff.
Yeah. No. 103 actually. Right now. In this instance.
No.
You get safely to the cave.
Nice.
Okay. So you manage to find the cave again. Which is like a little bit harder than you expected, because you're like, we know where it is. Which is good, because it means you're like, oh yeah, this is like nice and secluded.
Mm.
Yeah, you get to the cave.
Hold on, before we completely arrive, I'd like to take my red robe out of my bag and wrap it around Trevor and get my little red pointy hat,
Ah.
put it on his head, and just get him as Santa looking as we can manage here.
And Trevor's like, oh shit, I left the bags in the hotel room. No,
You-
I assume we have the salt in the chest.
Yeah. Got everything.
It's so funny if we forgot it again.
I will. Yeah, I know. I should have, but no, I wouldn't do that to you. You bought the salt. It's a lot of salt, and you also realize though Kenzo's huge. So a giant, huge, like that pouch that he has probably could carry 10 pounds of salt. So
And he uses a lot of salt.
and he uses a lot of salt. So, yeah, he looks very excited to see. You can see like some of the trees have already. He's kind of like knocked them down to kind of like make more space around the cave. And some of the ones he's knocked down, they've like put up in different ways to like make stuff or whatever, right? It's like very crude, but they're starting to like make this a home a little bit, just even after a day. Yeah, so you guys show up and Kenzo, he kind of greets you very warmly. He's like, oh, hello. How are you?
Oh, we got you your salt.
Once again, you're all saying it. It's like, okay, you look like you want to tell me something bad again. Are we moving again? Like, nobody wants to talk.
So we're working on it. Things are a little bit complicated, but we're trying to better the situation in general in the town. It's not quite good enough for the kids to go back, I don't think. And we're gonna have to go find somebody who actually can handle this properly. So it's gonna be like a couple weeks before we come back.
Oh,
but we
brought toys.
You think the kids would be happier in town? You see the kids are like giggling and laughing and jumping all over the place.
Well, it's not necessarily that we want these kids to return to town. It's that we would like to make sure you don't have to collect any more children. Also, I hope non-kosher salt is
It's kosher salt, actually.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, and if it's not, then I'll just be
I
like,
It's like
hope
very
kosher
rough.
salt is okay.
It's okay. It's like, it might not be that pure. It's got a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah.
From a salt mine, not like a sea salt.
But it's also probably had a lot of cured meat in it.
Cured meats in it. So, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, he's like, oh, right. And he like takes the big bag and he like, you know, pours it into his giant belt pouch, fills it right up. It's like overflowing with salt. He seems very happy. Yay! Yeah, so he, so you guys give the children the chest of toys and all that. Yeah, they all grab something. They're very like good. You know, they all find something that they like and they're excited. They're running around with dolls and all kinds of stuff. I don't know. They're just goofing around. Like this, it's a goofy day and they're doing fine. It feels like camping to them.
Yeah.
They're like somewhere new and it's like, oh, this is fun. Right. So, yeah. I mean, that worked out really well. Is there anything else you guys want to do with Kenzo? He's got his salt. The kids have got toys.
Kenzo,
I know you picked up some spices. We'll say that you did.
Yeah, and some like pots and pans.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Useful.
and also,
Sounds good. Yeah, if you guys want to just like 10 gold in total for a bunch of random stuff. Spices are expensive. Pots and pans,
Kenzo, I'm trying to hire a teacher for these children, and when I do, will that be okay with you if somebody comes around to work on teaching these kids?
yeah, well, they'd be okay with me.
I'll make sure they are.
Okay.
Ideally, I'd like to build a school for the kids that they could live at and learn, but that's probably going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's
So, like, as a long-term plan, though, that's my goal. In the meantime, we're going to trust you to take care of them, though.
Okay.
Man, we are going to be so sad when these kids all die from something.
Dysentery.
Yeah.
no, joke's on you. They don't get dysentery because I purify food and drink. Virtually cast.
Right,
This
so
time.
Levi's gonna stay there
Yeah.
at all times.
My character retires a little too to provide for these kids.
That's the end of my arc.
I think he won D&D, honestly.
I want to talk to some of the older kids and make sure that they know some like basic survival skills, like how to purify water and like where to find it if there's not a stream nearby.
Yeah.
And
Does it seem like they have a good grasp on that kind of thing from Kenzo?
No.
Okay.
No, Kenzo primarily survives because he's like inhumanly tough.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Kenzo could eat anything.
Yeah.
But
Definitely
he finds stuff for the kids, right?
Yeah.
Like he has the extra like capacity to help the kids out because it's so easy for him to live.
Yeah. So I want to like teach them how to make a basic filter with like rocks and silt and sand and that kind of thing, and like boiling water before you drink it to make sure that it's safe.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah. Roll me survival.
Gotcha. Do you want to
Levi.
help as like a co-instructor?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is that
Yeah.
Levi was gonna teach them how to find like some herbs and what like how to kind of being like these are some edible plants, so you don't have in case if Kinzo is ever disposed or indisposed for a couple days, they can fend for themselves.
20.
Okay, yeah, so that's really good. A lot of the kids are definitely old enough to like be like aware, and they're very like interested. They live in the forest. This is like relevant stuff to them, and they're actually really like excited about it.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Like it reminds you of some of like when you first like became a Slayer, and you're like really excited about it. And
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, just like everything is like
new
like,
and
awesome.
cool.
Yeah, so they're really enjoying that. One of the kids who's a little bit younger, who's kind of like seemed interested, but maybe is a little too like doesn't have the attention quite for it. But he was kind of like hanging around. You weren't really paying attention, and he got in and started reading your book, and you turn and notice it when you feel your skin tighten, and it's something you recognize as a hunter's mark being cast on you.
Oh,
And so this kid managed to read your book and like learn hunter's mark. Like maybe it took him an hour of like reading this book, and they're 7.
Wow.
Yeah. So you just got hunter's marked by a 7-year-old from reading your book.
I'll walk over to them and be like, "You like books?"
Yeah.
Do you
know? Shrink down.
Do you know what magic is?
Like they kind of look like they. Well, they're like not sure how to answer that question. I guess because that's like everyone knows that like magic exists, but also like it doesn't feel like that's the question you're asking.
Yeah. That thing that you just did. Can you do it again?
Yeah, they kind of turn, and you see like there's like a hand sign in the book, right? And they like look down, and they make the hand sign, and you feel like your skin tighten again.
Okay. I think you're really good at this.
They like just grin. They're like all excited. He's like getting praise from your teacher, you know?
Yeah. Just make sure that you're careful when you're doing that kind of thing. Not to use it on people without their permission.
They look kind of scared. Like they're in trouble.
You're not in trouble. I know that you didn't know. What you cast just now is called a hunter's mark. It's something that us slayers use to get an advantage when we're fighting monsters.
What about big brothers?
I think that might be a little bit unfair to use on big brothers. But if, say, a monster or a bear came by, that might be appropriate.
Okay.
I'll kind of flip to a different page and see if there's anything else that they're, like, interested in.
Yeah, I think the hunter's mark seem to have come really naturally.
Yeah.
And some of it, you're guessing, like, with enough time, maybe they could do it. Like, it's doubtful that they just have, like, an innate hunter's mark ability. But they do seem to have, like, a talent. And, like, you're kind of jealous.
Yeah.
Because you really struggled to learn a lot of this, even in, like, live instruction from someone who's, like, showing you how to move your fingers. And they were able to, like, look at a few pictures that showed a complex hand motion, which to you is like, it's like you ever like read an instruction on origami and you're like, they're like, flip this way, and you're like, what? I don't. And that's what the hand signs always looked like to you, and they were like, oh, it's like this. So you're like, there's something where they're like a savant about like really like at least studying it from a book, if not magic in general.
What's your name?
Tom is what they say.
Tom?
Yeah.
How about this? I'm gonna go on a trip for a couple of weeks. How about you borrow that book until I come back? And you can show me what you learned.
Yeah.
Alright.
They look all excited.
Cool. Alright, that's fine.
I'm like near enough to see all the
Adorable.
Okay. You take 6 damage.
Oh shit!
1 from the unarmed strike
Yeah.
and 5 from the hunter's mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ow.
it like you kind of get like knocked back. They're like they look horrified.
You're okay. You're okay.
Okay.
But see, that's why we need to be careful about that sort of stuff.
They grab the book and they run into the cave.
We're going to get them school books.
Yeah. Right, Nova.
I feel you.
I was gonna
thank
say,
you.
I'm like, do you want me to patch that up with some herbalism?
2d4 if you want to roll it.
What's your 4?
Yeah.
3, 4. I'm better.
Yeah, you could feel some bones in your hand, like stitching back
That
together.
kid almost bloodied me. That kid's got class levels. I don't know what's going on.
Can I give that
Class
kid
level.
my pack of darts just in case they have to defend themselves? He has something.
Yeah, sure.
Don't throw these at any other cave. It's only for defense.
Yeah.
If you use these on those kids, they're going to be very upset.
Yeah,
They're
and
not gonna be
you
upset, they're gonna be dead.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be upset.
yeah, you have the intuition enough that you would kind of just sense this naturally. But like even when they first attacked you, it wasn't like very like violent.
Yeah.
Like they don't
There
seem
wasn't
to like
bounce.
they don't seem to wrestle very hard,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Very good.
it's more like
You described it as a snowball fight, but
Yeah.
with rocks.
yeah, right,
Yeah.
because you were strangers
Yeah.
and they were like told to defend themselves,
Yeah.
but like against each other, they're just like you see they, wrestle around or whatever, but nobody's got like bloody noses or anything like that. So,
Mm.
so you feel pretty confident they're going to be okay.
Well, are
But
we
still, the warning is
here then?
it's maybe midday right now. It's not late.
We could probably get back to town,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, it's about a half a day back to town. So you,
Unless you want to spend more time here.
I was going to teach some kids foraging. If we wanted to spend the rest of the day here, you could maybe try to teach them some
Mhm.
basic arithmetic.
oh yeah, I forgot you guys were teaching
Yeah.
them stuff. Yeah, it's
we
the end
should
of the
spend
day.
like the rest of the day here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna take some of the ones that were interested in nature, kind of show
Mhm.
them around, like kind of not kind of basically what the druids taught.
Hmm.
Not druid craft or anything. Levi doesn't know that, but like being able to scavenge.
I'll teach you a few how to navigate at night using the sky
Mhm.
and a few of the nighttime blooming flowers, what their uses could be and how to find them.
Okay, so you guys are staying through the night to,
Sure.
to teach all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Sounds
loving
good.
this summer camp vibe.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's gonna
what
hurt
we need
so
to-
much more when that
Yeah,
comes
when they
down
get
and kills
eaten. Oh.
kills them.
We
Oh,
need
I
to
love
get
it.
Kenzo like a quadruple XL t-shirt.
It's
Uh,
gonna hurt so bad.
this seems like probably a good stopping point. It's
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cool.
sounds good.
That was an awesome session.